Chair recognizes the senator from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to join my colleagues in mourning the 67 people who were killed in the tragic aircraft collision last night near Reagan National Airport. Among the victims, as reported in the news, is a woman from my state, from Matamidi, Minnesota, a wonderful town. It will be very hard to talk to her family. Figure skaters we lost from the U.S. team and Russia, who will never get to compete in the World Championship. Families flying from Wichita to Washington, D.C., who will never get to see our nation's capital. And 3 American soldiers whose moms and dads will get the call that every parent dreads when their son or daughter signs up to serve our country. This was a horrific tragedy. While there is still so much more that we need to know about this crash, and we know we must get to the bottom of what happened. My thoughts are with the victims' families and loved ones and the first responders leading the recovery operation last night, and then, of course, the operation today in the icy waters of the Potomac. Turning to another topic completely different is what is going on right now in the halls of Congress and over at the new administration. I also join my colleagues in expressing serious concern about the chaos that we've seen in just the first week of this new administration. Earlier this week, the administration issued an order to cut off support that families across the country rely on, including funding for first responders. It was actually a 2-page memorandum from a guy named Mr. Vaith in the Office of Management and Budget. I had never heard of him, but he issued this 2-page memorandum that made the intent very, very clear. He cut off loans and grants, announced that this was, in fact, the position of the administration and that they were going to freeze or pause, in their words, loans and grants for everything from funding for childcare, for health centers and medical research, for the heating assistance that millions of people rely on in my state, especially in these cold, cold days. This order, made with a stroke of a pen by a single unelected bureaucrat, opened the door to stalled projects, economic uncertainty, and confusion across the country. And yesterday, the administration, Mr. Vaith himself, actually put in a 1 or 2 sentence memorandum that rescinded the one he had made just the day before. So that was a moment to say, okay, we are looking forward to working with our Republican colleagues and with the administration to make government more efficient and look at reforms to way things are done. Okay, that's great. Let's do it together. But that wasn't over, because then the administration created more confusion by putting out a series of contradictory statements and a social media post from the press secretary in the White House that in fact that wasn't true, that in fact the funds were still frozen. So we are still getting calls throughout the day trying to figure out. We've heard reports of some portals that have been shut down. I've heard that from other senators as well, and then some that have been opened up, and some that, of course, are opened up because of the temporary court stay that was put in place. This chaos, here's the point, does nothing to actually bring down the cost of housing, child care, health care, energy bills, but it reminds us that it is our job, for those of us who took an oath of office just about a month ago, it is our job to protect and defend the Constitution, because honestly, this was a defiance of the Constitution. Congress is set up in Article 1. It is our job to make these decisions, and these were funds that were voted on, passed on by Democrats and Republicans working together when we got the last budget done, and then we got it extended. So this isn't a game. What Americans are feeling is real. A number of them voted for change. They wanted to see something new, but for them that meant actually new things that helped them with costs. I think about the mom who was unsure if she could get her child into childcare yesterday when she saw the news. I think about the teenager in a cancer study when those funds were frozen. I think about the woman in an abusive relationship who has nowhere to go because her local domestic violence shelter was cut off of funding. My office heard yesterday from a domestic violence organization that couldn't access their funding. I think about the firefighters who rely on grants to hire and retain firefighters, as well as grants for equipment. I think about the 30,000 plus American veterans. I think about how our leading organization fighting veterans homelessness gets half of its funding through federal grants. I think about the construction workers who are worried they could lose their jobs if they're working on infrastructure projects right now, projects where the money has been not only voted on and signed into law, but also the money is actually out and they're working on the projects, but then they don't know, and the questions we got are, so are these funds frozen too? I think about the seniors who rely on Meals on Wheels. We've heard from volunteers with that program who are worried, what should we do? Should we keep serving the seniors? Are they going to have meals? What should we tell them when we go to the door when they ask us? I think about the small business owners who get the support through SBA loans. And I think about the rural families who count on electric co-ops. We have one of the highest percentage in my state of smaller co-ops to keep the lights on. At a time when rural families are already dealing with uncertainty of proposed tariffs and how's that going to affect them, particularly in farming communities, workforce issues, input costs, and more, the last thing they need right now is more chaos and confusion. As I said, Article 1 of the Constitution makes clear that it is Congress's job to direct funding through laws passed by both chambers. That system of checks and balances, and I mentioned this at the inauguration. Why do we have the president's inauguration not in the White House or a gilded executive office building? We have it at the Capitol. Why do we do that? Because it is very clear. This is a country, founding fathers set up a system of checks and balances, 3 equal branches of government. That's the foundation of our democracy. Fortunately, actually, there was pushback from this chamber. There was pushback from our side of the aisle, at least. And there was pushback when they looked at the law. 2 federal courts have said, no, that's not how this works. But despite all that, the administration, everyone, I believe, in this chamber is ready to work with them on some new ideas for reform. But that was not how this was handled. This was handled by a faceless bureaucrat, Mr. Faith, who I've never met. I look forward to meeting him one day, who was able, with a stroke of a pen, to kind of call all grants and loans for all these people and businesses just to a halt, just like that. The result was more confusion, more commotion, and more chaos. But maybe the chaos is the point. This is a moment where I was hopeful we could find common ground on some issues, and of course I knew we'd stand our ground on some. That's how this place works. But we're not going to find common ground if we're in the middle of chaos, because then everyone rushes to defend the people in their state, which they have to do because their constituents are like, what is this? Instead of with the 3 chambers that we have here, with the executive branch, with the House and the Senate, that we try to work these things out. And in fact, given that Republicans run all 3 branches right now, at least they should be able to work it out in a way that's legal. Instead, what do we hear about? Tax breaks for billionaires, expensive everyone else, dismantling the healthcare system. This is a big deal. As maybe the former president said in his words, a big deal. We've got to get this right if we're going to do this, if we're going to make change. And the way this happened, what happened here was wrong. And I'm glad there was pushback. We're going to continue to lead that fight. But I hope our colleagues on the Republican side of the aisle next time will join us. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Mr. President.
The senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, along with my colleague from California and so many others tonight, I rise in opposition to the President's nomination of Russell Vought to lead the Office of Management and Budget. My colleagues and I are here, it's now shortly before midnight, to go through tonight to make this case because this nominee has already demonstrated exactly how dangerous he would be if confirmed. We know that from the last time he worked in the Office of Management and Budget, and we know it because of his work in the last few years. And despite not even being in the office yet, he has already, through his work on Project 2025, driven a reckless budget decision that created immediate chaos and uncertainty across the country. The duty of the Office of Management and Budget Director is to assist the President of the United States in faithfully executing the laws passed by Congress. Notably, this does not include single-handedly turning off federal funding. It was just a few weeks ago that Donald Trump was inaugurated, and that day, as chair of the year-long inaugural committee, I made the point that there are three branches of government. Otherwise, we would have had the inauguration at some countries, a presidential palace, or in some gilded executive office building. In fact, that inauguration was in the Capitol for a reason. And that is because in our country, we have three branches of government, three equal branches of government. And Article 1 of the Constitution makes it clear that the Congress makes decisions about funding, the Congress. And in this case, on a bipartisan basis, year after year after year, and it's not easy, and it always can be a mess to the end, but we come together, Democrats and Republicans, and make a decision about funding. And it is the job of the executive branch, in addition, of course, the President of the United States signing off on this, but the executive branch then implements it. But in this case, things are backwards and upside down when the Office of Management and Budget comes in with a plan that had actually been devised by this nominee to freeze the funds. Millions of Americans awoke to find that vital federal funding had been frozen, not by Congress, not by a confirmed official in an administration, but by an unelected advisor acting from the shadows. And yes, it was chaos, big surprise. People lost access to essential services. Agencies scrambled to interpret conflicting statements. It was in, 24 hours later, it was rescinded, and then the press secretary to the President of the United States put out a post that no, all the funds were still frozen. Even the administration itself had to walk back its decision after a federal judge ruled it unconstitutional. That this whole mess that hurt regular people, and I still wake up every day and say to myself, has Donald Trump brought down costs for housing or child care? Has he created more housing or child care that a number of people who voted for him thought they were going to get? Has he brought down the cost of prescription drugs? Instead, what do we see? We see this chaos. This wasn't an accident. It wasn't even a decision made by an official with legal authority. Let's be clear about exactly what happened. Russell Vought was not in the administration. He's before the Senate right now. That's why we're here tonight. He was not in the administration, but his fingerprints were all over this scheme. According to reports, he was a driving force behind the administration's decision to freeze federal funding. Stephen Miller even credited, someone very close to Donald Trump, even publicly credited Vought with coming up with the idea. It was Vought's plan that led the administration to take an action that hurt millions of Americans. Now, I have heard from constituent after constituent terrified about, is this federal funding freeze that clearly the administration wanted to do, and then a court stepped in, and it's only temporarily paused. But I've heard from my constituents, because for some of them, their funding is still in trouble. Others don't know what's going to happen next. So here are some Minnesotans, regular people, what they had to say following the decision to unilaterally, unconstitutionally cut off support that families across the country rely on. One constituent wrote to me saying, the late night decisions, the freezing of federal funds already appropriated by Congress from an undisclosed group of entities is outrageous, illegal, and gross mismanagement. It is the throwing of lives of your constituents into fear and chaos. She continued, the administration is offering conflicting information and no real answers as to what is going on. Even more money will need to be spent. This is going to be challenged in court. It's going to be a mess. Instead of just working it out, what a waste. That's right. There's a budget coming up. There's decisions to be made about taxes. There is time to debate this and decide, even if I don't agree with what the president wants to do, but there is a very clear way that this should happen, and this is for the upcoming budget. But instead, want to make a big scene, want to hurt a lot of people, that's what happened. Another constituent wrote in, concerned about her client, someone works in the area of mental health, and she talked about how our clients rely on some of this funding. She said, executive branch interference with this funding not only creates massive economic harms, but also directly violates the Constitution's delegation of spending powers to Congress. Now, I will say there's a silver lining here. Regular people are actually looking at the Constitution. They're saying, how can this happen? How can an unelected billionaire come in and try to get data? How can you just stop funding in the middle of one day with one single memo from someone that's not even elected? So maybe I should go look at the Constitution. What does it say in Article 1? What's my role in this as a citizen in electing people? Another Minnesotan wrote, I am a parent of a pediatric cancer survivor, and our family relied on the Katie Beckett program to survive before we moved to Minnesota. This program runs through state Medicaid, she explained, and it affords all families whose children have life-threatening diagnoses financial assistance as a secondary coverage, regardless of income, while they make their way through treatments and while recovering from the significant impacts of these treatments. Without access to this, she asked, what will happen to these kids? But then again, acting in this way does seem to be a pattern. And people are figuring it out. And believe me, there are a number of people in my state who voted for Donald Trump and voted for me, okay? And why'd they vote for Donald Trump? Well, they wanted change. They were worried about their costs. They thought, okay, maybe he's going to do what he says he's going to do. Maybe he's actually going to do something and work with people, try to bring costs down. And now they're seeing this chaos, in my mind, which will be leading to, which I've already seen with the firing of the inspector generals, this corruption, these constitutional grabs at power, unconstitutional. One constituent who teaches a class on cancer research at the University of Minnesota wrote about this research funding. And our state has a lot of research between Mayo and University of Minnesota, cutting-edge research. She says, the students I'm teaching are dependent on National Institute of Health support. The patient I'm seeing are helped by National Institute of Health-funded clinical trials. Our cancer center trial organization and the core facilities at the U of N that help conduct these trials. Cancer patients on clinical trials may die because of pausing of federal support for these trials. Another cancer patient. Please do everything you can to restore National Cancer Institute funding immediately. I'm in treatment for 4 different cancers. It's the 5th time. Why would you stop the funding? It's even impossible to contemplate. They're referring, of course, to this memo that was sent out with the blessing of the Trump administration under their administration, sat out there for 24 hours, then gets repealed, but then the White House says, no, we still want to freeze all the funding, and then a federal judge has to come in, but of course that's only temporary. A different Minnesota worried about her niece who's being treated for triple-negative breast cancer in an NIH-funded trial. To have the funding cut off could have deadly consequences for my niece, she wrote. This is her second round with this very aggressive cancer, and she is getting results from the clinical trial. She has 3 small children at home and is fighting as hard as she can, but without this trial, I'm not sure what her physicians would do. Someone else from my state. The havoc that the administration is causing with the on-again, off-again freezing of federal aid and the freeze on the work of essential public health agencies like the NIH and the CDC will have devastating consequences for our economy and citizens if allowed to stand. She continued, I know you will do your best to protect and stand up for Congress's constitutional rights. Again, my constituents, I do see this as a silver lining, are looking at what is the role of Congress? What did our founding fathers want? What is the role of the courts? Can the executive just stand in there and do anything he wants? And of course, the answer is no, which is why you've seen litigation, which is why I've urged my constituents to write emails to me with these stories, because actually we will create a record of exactly what is going on as these court cases continues in states all over the country. Because right now we have an administration, a president that took the oath to follow the Constitution, to support and defend the Constitution, but doesn't seem to be reading it. So she writes this, I know you will do your best to protect and stand up for Congress's constitutional rights. My family and I appreciate the work you do as our senator, and I like that you work across the aisle, she says. During this critical time, however, we urge you to do everything you can to be in Congress to thwart these illegal acts. The extra-constitutional games need to stop, and the rule of law must stand. The president is not a king and cannot be treated as one. Another constituent, like many others, is worried about what this freeze will mean for seniors. As you know, she said, our adult day center relies on federal funding to provide essential services to seniors in our community, specifically Title III caregiver respite. These funds support a wide range of programs, including health care, social activities, nutritional support, all of which are crucial for the well-being of our participants. The sudden pause in federal funding has put these vital services at risk, and we are worried about the impact on our seniors. She continued, many of our participants depend on our center for daily care and support, and any disruption in our services could have severe consequences for their health and quality of life. We are particularly concerned about the lack of clarity regarding which programs will be affected and the timeline for resolving this issue. She concluded, we urge you to advocate on our behalf and work with your colleagues to ensure that federal funding for programs supporting seniors is restored as quickly as possible. Our seniors deserve stability and continuity in their care. More on seniors. Another woman. My next door neighbor is 81 years old. She has to get injections into both of her eyes every 13 weeks. Without the injections, she will go blind. Good Day Foundation has helped pay for the injections. As of yesterday, they are broke. My neighbor had to pay $1,000 and $1,028 out of pocket yesterday. She is on a fixed income. How can Good Day Foundation get their funding back? My friend can't afford these shots. Another constituent, a senior herself, wrote, I am 73 years old and I live in housing that is covered by a voucher. I eat with SNAP funds. I am disabled and dependent on my CADI waiver to keep myself going. I can't be homeless at my age. Another Minnesota senior, I am currently enrolled in the Senior Community Service Employment Program through National ABLE Network. National ABLE is a nonprofit organization that helps job seekers learn their skills and connect with area employers to fill their job openings. Each year, they help hundreds of seniors like me get a job, and I want to make sure this program continues. I know age discrimination and not having the necessary skills have been a problem for me in getting a job in the past. He went on to say, the funding freeze would stop the payments that this program needs to operate, and that would negatively impact me and the organization I'm training with. The wages I earn while in training help me pay for bills that I otherwise wouldn't be able to afford. And you know, this is part of a pattern. When the president ran for office this time, he talked about bringing health care costs. He told us how beautiful it would be. Yet, what do we see? when they come into office, and one of the first executive orders, different than this funding freeze, was stopping one of the key programs, a pilot for generic drugs at $2 a pop, to try to encourage more generic drugs. And when the nominee for HHS secretary was before our Senate committees, he would not commit to actually implementing the prescription drug negotiation bill that I had spent years trying to get passed, and we finally passed it. We finally ended the sweetheart deal that Big Pharma had because of congressional action that locked them into high prices and high profits at the expense of regular people, where Americans were paying, in many cases, twice as much as people in other countries. It's part of the reasons why there were bus trips from Minnesota to Canada to get less expensive drugs. My colleagues here all know that bringing down the cost of prescription drugs has always been a top priority, because in the United States of America, no one should be forced to choose between filling their prescriptions or filling their grocery carts. Taking on these big drug companies was not easy. They had 3 lobbyists and still have 3 lobbyists for every member of Congress, and spent hundreds of millions of dollars trying to stop us. AARP with us in the fight. So many seniors with us in the fight. What they didn't have was the power of 50 million American seniors who came together to say enough is enough. We passed our bill. There's a $35 cap on insulin per month, which the companies now, because of competitive pressures, have had to offer to non-seniors. There's a $2,000 cap for Medicare for people that that are paying for services, $2,000 cap on prescription drugs. And then we have the first 10 drugs that have been negotiated with the prices taking effect in a bit over a year. Those first 10 drugs are done, but this administration, as the torch was handed over by the American people, this new administration is going to have to implement it. What was the result of the drug negotiations in the last administration? They picked the first 10 drugs, and they picked blockbusters. I would have done a lot more than 10, but that was the compromise that had been reached. What are the first 10 drugs? They are drugs like Eliquis and Xarelto and Jardiance and Januvia, blockbuster drugs. The negotiated prices for those drugs, the pharma companies agreed, even though they were suing in court and still are, and losing every single case they brought to question the underpinnings of this bill. Republican-appointed judges, Democratic-appointed judges said, no, Congress has the right to make that change. Those 10 drugs, the prices down 60, 70%, and this is my favorite number. It's going to save 9 million seniors in 1 year and out of pocket $1.5 billion. $1.5 billion with a B. That's not even counting what it saves for taxpayers. But now this program, this change in the law, is in the hands of this new administration. This new administration is going to have to make sure those 10 drugs with the negotiating prices, that happens. But now the Biden administration, at the end of this year, as they were on schedule for 15 drugs, that's what our law that was passed in this chamber says, 15 new drugs, they're going to have to now negotiate that with the pharma companies. Well, that's going to go real well when they're already talking about getting rid of some of the other drug programs that take on pharma when their nominee for HHS won't even commit to doing it. And those drugs are blockbusters too. Diabetes, weight loss drugs like Ozempic, Rybelsus, Wegovy, all those drugs, Wegovy, all those drugs, they are on the line for negotiation. 2.3 million Medicare Part D enrollees take those drugs alone. In his confirmation hearings, as I noted, the President's Health and Human Service Secretary nominee, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., did not give a clear answer on whether or not he would uphold drug price negotiations. That's unacceptable. Make no mistake, these actions aren't going to lower costs. They're going to raise costs. And instead, what do we see? The chaos and confusion of all of these freezes. So, what else? Talked about health care. Next on to education. Here's what a Minnesotan wrote me after the memo came out. that was later rescinded, but then the White House said, no, we want to freeze all these funds. Minnesotan wrote, I am reaching out as a constituent and a proud advocate for TRIO programs, which serve thousands of students across Minnesota and Wisconsin by providing academic, financial, and personal support. I'm concerned about the recent directive from the Office of Management and Budget to temporarily pause all activities related to federal financial assistance. He went on to say, this action could significantly impact TRIO programs' ability to serve low-income, first-generation students and students with disabilities who rely on our services. Please work with your colleagues in Congress to ensure that these programs continue. Another Minnesotan called the funding freeze extremely upsetting for me, as I am someone who works in this field and spends my time working to help students, to help those less privileged than me. He said one of those programs include TRIO. Each summer I teach students, I help them, they're extremely bright, and they don't have enough support. I write to you, he says, as a frustrated citizen and instructor, to air my grievances, as I am no longer sure what to do or how to proceed. Yeah, I don't really blame him, because one bureaucrat can just write a memo with a plan that was laid out by Russell Vogt, laid out by that guy, laid out and consistent with what was in Project 2025, and now we're actually debating him, putting him back in the Office of Management and Budget again. One, again, of the things that I am quite astounded by is how much American citizens are looking at the Constitution. Listen to this letter. All these in just the last few days. I am writing to express my deep concern regarding the White House's recent decision to unilaterally freeze congressionally approved federal funding. So let's look at that sentence. Very clear. This constituent understands that it's Congress, Democrats and Republicans, that agreed on the funding, that agreed on the funding amounts, and that unilaterally this administration thinks they can just come in and take it away. That's not true. That's illegal. This action, the writer says, not only disrupts essential services and institutions that rely on federal grants and loans, but also represents a troubling overreach of executive power that directly violates our Constitution. This practice is an abuse of power that must be met with swift congressional action. So that's why we ask our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to listen to this constituent from the state of Minnesota, who's not a constitutional law professor, but all you have to do is open up the Constitution. And this constituent is wondering, why won't everyone stand up and say, no, we're willing to work with you, Donald Trump, on efficiency measures, on making government work better, but we're willing to do it only if it is consistent with the Constitution. She continued, I urge you to take immediate steps to hold the administration accountable. I appreciate your leadership and look forward to your response on how you plan to address this pressing issue. Please stand firm in upholding the Constitution. A different Minnesotan. I'm writing to you to express concern over the pause of federal loans, grants, and foreign aid, and ask you to take all possible action to block the confirmation of the nominated OMB Director, Russell Vogt. She continued, Russell Vogt stated in his confirmation hearing that he would not guarantee that we would follow the laws. Now they're even watching the confirmation hearings. I think this is kind of good for democracy when people realize that these guys are serious, that it's not just a campaign commercial. It's not just something you say at a rally. It's not just something you put on X. This is real. She says, Russell Vogt stated in his confirmation hearing that he would not guarantee he would follow the law in expending funds Congress appropriated. And in other words, he seems to believe he and the president have authority to selectively decide to make these pauses permanent, regardless of what Congress has appropriated. This is a grave violation of the constitutional authority granted to Congress and shows brazen disrespect for the American people's elected representatives. I actually couldn't write it better. I like that. Brazen disrespect. And what I want to see is people understanding that this is brazen disrespect. It's brazen disrespect of the people that work in the United States Senate and in the House. But okay, put that aside. It's brazen disrespect of the people that sent us here. As I said on the day of Donald Trump's inauguration, in that beautiful rotunda, when he brought that inauguration inside, that there were some pretty powerful people in that room. I think people saw the photos of the oligarchs and the like. But when it comes to the elected officials in that room, whether they're representatives, senators, or the president or the vice president, their power actually didn't come from the people in that room. Their power comes from the people outside of that room. So when this constituent says that this was brazen disrespect in freezing the funds or devising this plan that Russell Vought had, she gets it. She gets it. This is brazen disrespect of our democracy, no matter what party you're in. She goes on to say, please begin educating constituents on the severity of this issue. I'm trying to do it tonight. Hopefully some people are watching on C-SPAN. Please also tell them how they can reach out to their representatives in the White House to voice their disapproval. Most people do not understand the power and leverage that the Office of Management and Budget Director has. I think that's true. Most people don't understand it. That's why we're here tonight. They need to understand the direct action, the impact these actions will have on day-to-day life for them and their neighbors, and what their options are for making their voices heard. So this chaos and corruption and this just assault on our constitutional powers, we have been seeing this since day one. Chaos is up, corruption is up, and yes, egg prices are up. Because none of this is going to help people with their bills. One great example of this, when you look at everything that's been going and say, how do I tie this together? We know it's distraction, talking about things that aren't really going to help people. One of the things that was also hard to understand, but is all connected when you connect the dots, was the illegal firings of the nonpartisan inspectors general. This was, remember, it was just about 10 days ago, the middle of the night purge of government watchdogs, and it was a serious abuse of power. These are the people that are watching over the taxpayer money. These are the ones, no matter if the president's a Democrat or Republican, they go in, they look at what's going on in the agency. They often discover things like fraud. They discover things like paybacks. They discover things like bribes, because they're looking at all the books, and they're not just people sitting inside the agency. Those were the people that were purged. Those were the people that were fired. Those were the people that have been appointed during both Democratic and Republican administrations. What is it Shakespeare said? The first thing you do is kill all the lawyers. Well, with this administration, the first thing they did was kill off the inspector generals. Congress passed the Inspector General Act in 1978 to establish independent, nonpartisan inspectors general in each agency to investigate waste, fraud, and abuse and prevent improper political influence and favoritism. Inspectors general also save taxpayer money. They investigate corruption, as I just mentioned, and waste under administrations regardless of party. And studies have shown that for every dollar invested in federal inspectors general, America has saved approximately $13, because that's what they discover. They discover problems. To protect inspector generals from political interference, Congress has passed safeguards into law, including specific requirements that must be followed if they are going to be removed from their positions by a president. The law, which can be found, and I'm doing this for my very informed constituents, I've been writing the office. Now they can look at a new law, because we care about the laws. That's what we're supposed to do here. We pass laws. The law, which can be found at Title V, Section 403B, states, if an inspector general is removed from office or is transferred to another position or location within an establishment, the president shall communicate in writing the substantive rationale, including detailed and case-specific reasons for any such removal or transfer to both houses of Congress, including the appropriate congressional committees, not later than 30 days before the removal or transfer. Congress wrote these requirements into law to provide inspectors general protection from political interference, to let Congress know what was going on. The president's decision, in which he just completely ignored these requirements and fired them in the middle of the night, is a violation of law. Firing these critical watchdogs, just like freezing the funding from an unnamed bureaucrat with a plan that was put in place with Russell vote, just like, as my colleagues have been talking about tonight, firing Justice Department officials or asking for a list of people who work at the FBI just because they were assigned to a certain case. This is not consistent with democracy. I'm a former prosecutor. I always believed that my job was to do my job without fear or favor. No matter who we were prosecuting, no matter who was working with me, we followed the law. That is what has gone amok here. And that's why Americans are reading the Constitution. That's why they're calling this Senate so much that they shut the phone lines down the other day. That's why they're writing emails. And by the way, the benefit of that is we also have a record of the harm that is being caused. More than ever, the responsibility will fall on Congress and the people that elect us to conduct oversight and to ensure that the people in our government are working for the American people, not their unelected billionaire friends. More. Federal aid. Now, foreign aid. Why would people in my state care about that? Well, we actually do a lot with the world around us. We've got a number of businesses that do business all around the world. We have one of the highest rates of adoption from foreign countries. We have a number of refugees that are come to our state, Somali, Liberian, Hmong, that are a big part of the fabric of the state of Minnesota. We have one of the lowest unemployment rates in the nation. We are a successful economy in our state. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that we didn't close down our doors, that we brought in people to work in the jobs, to work in the farms, to work in our manufacturing companies. So that's one of the reasons we care about the world around us. But there's another. My constituents actually see that if you just shut off foreign aid, as what's happening right now in our country, in the world around you, you're going to have a less secure America. You're going to create this huge opening for countries like Russia and China, which have been expending money in developing nations, to come in and fill the void. One Minnesotan wrote, "The freeze on U.S. foreign aid will prevent many vulnerable people from accessing critical resources, including clean water for infants, help for farmers to feed their families, medication for kids. People will needlessly suffer and die." He continued, "The freeze also risks irreparably damaging our country's reputation and credibility and gives opening to malign governments and terrorist groups. Further, it may increase irregular migration both in the Western Hemisphere and beyond. In short, a halt of programs will create instability, undermining the administration's important foreign policy goals to make the U.S. safer, stronger, and more prosperous." And could I say, a number of leading Republicans in my state have come out very strongly against what's going on with USAID for two reasons. One, they care about the world around me, maybe three. Two, they understand the impact it has on America. And three, they figure if he's going to start cherry-picking one agency and just decide to shut it down in violation of the Article 1 and all these things I've talked about of Congress's right to have the decision of funding, if he can do that, what agencies are going to pick next? He could just cherry-pick anything. Someone else said, "I am deeply concerned that any cuts to U.S. foreign assistance programs that save lives, promote global stability, and keep Americans safe will be a bad thing." She continued, "U.S. foreign assistance is not only the right thing to do, it's a smart thing to do. At less than 1% of the federal budget, it's a cheap and effective tool for improving global stability, gaining U.S. allies, and reducing the need for more U.S. aid in the future. Without this support, millions of people will face devastating, in some cases deadly, consequences." She's exactly right. Yet yesterday, as our colleagues know, the administration announced its intent to end USAID. The decision to abruptly end this when it counters extremism, fights diseases, and creates more markets for U.S. exports. My state, for instance, is the fourth biggest ag exporting state in the nation. That decision was reckless and it was dangerous, just like the decision to suddenly assess our allies of Canada and Mexico, 25% on tariffs. 25% tariffs. This is not good for our economy. When I think about the importance of USAID, I always think about a story that former President Bill Clinton used to tell about how at one point he went to an African nation and he toured some new factories that America had helped invest in, and they were making shirts, and he got a shirt and he put that shirt in the front of the closet so that every single time he opened the closet, he saw that shirt and he thought, they don't hate us. They actually like us. They like our country. And when they grow, as we've seen around the world, they're going to want to do business with America. They're going to want to buy American goods. They're going to stand with us when we have foreign enemies that attack us. All that, just pluck all that out of there. That is exactly what the Trump administration is doing right now. When we turn our backs on our friends across the globe, they will look elsewhere for support when they need it, including countries like China and Russia. It isn't only about being there for countries in need. It's also about our national security. Then other constituents of the thousands and thousands and thousands of emails and calls that we've gotten in just the last few days are concerned about what this is going to do for jobs. One Minnesotan wrote, I had a meeting with a nonprofit canceled this morning that is working on energy projects in southwest Minnesota. It was funded by a Department of Energy grant. At least half a dozen people will stop working on a project because of this. Due to the freeze on approvals, I could be laid off with thousands of other people I work with. A different constituent who runs another nonprofit was shocked this grant was only a drop in the budget bucket. But this is just a tiny example of the ripple effect that this pause in funding will have throughout Minnesota, where no doubt hundreds, if not thousands, rely on some funding. This pause will not harm us as an organization, but I can imagine how services will be impacted. Other Minnesotans fear that the freeze could upend their entire family's livelihood, just to have this happen so suddenly. As of today, they write, my wife and I will both lose our jobs. I will be unable to make phone calls as a deaf person using the video relay phone systems. We will lose our house and be unable to care for our disabled son. It will also affect the hundreds of thousands of disabled people my small U.S. Department of Education grant serves. Another constituent, a reverend, wrote, we are a family that has a disabled son. He is 15 years old, a freshman in high school, and is active in the community. She continued, we urge all leaders to protect programs essential to individuals who are often excluded. We especially want people with Down syndrome, autism, or other developmental disabilities and their families to be recognized as valuable and important for their role in the world. So what this is chaos, and people are starting to think of how will this work in my own family. Just today, we had a hearing of the Agriculture Committee. As you think about jobs and you think about the effect on people, we had the witnesses of the head of the National Farm Bureau and the head of the National Farmers Union there as our first witnesses. Both of them had submitted pretty pointed letters that completely set out the alarms on this administration's plans to put in these tariffs. And I'm a fan of targeted tariffs. I think you can do it. I've seen it with steel dumping from China. I've seen that once we did that and fought back, that we were able to keep the iron ore mines open in northern Minnesota, and I've supported other tariffs as well. But that's not what this is. This is a cross-the-board tariff. The day after imposing these tariffs, again, more chaos, just like we saw with the funding freeze, the administration decided to delay them. It's only created more uncertainty for Americans. But one thing is certain. These tariffs aren't going to lower the price of groceries like the president promised in his campaign. They're going to raise the price of groceries. They're not going to lower the price of gas. They're going to raise it. They are going to lower the price of housing. In fact, the Builders Association came out against them. They're going to raise it. Tariffs are taxes, and the new tariffs would be a tax increase on families of over $1,000 a year. Beyond the higher costs, these tariffs would threaten our critical trade partnerships with our neighbors, like Canada and Mexico. The U.S.-Canada relationship is particularly important for my state. President Harry Truman once said, Canada's relationship with the United States was compounded of 1 part proximity and 9 parts goodwill and common sense. I couldn't agree more. Our two countries share the world's longest land border, more than 5,500 miles, and almost 400,000 people, and about $3 billion in goods and services cross it every day. Minnesota exports more goods to Canada, ranging from ag products to machineries to medical devices, than we sell to our second and third largest markets combined. Minnesota exports about $7 billion worth of goods to Canada each year, and overall Canada imported over $354 billion in American goods in 2023 alone. That trade relationships with an ally that at one point on their embassy draped their embassy with banners that said friend, ally, partner. That strengthens our economy and our national security. It supports our manufacturers, farmers, and ranchers. It creates jobs. But the administration's announcement unravels these ties. When you look at the groups that came out against the new tariffs within 24 hours of the announcement, you can see why the president had to scramble back and get a pause. But again, damage done, because if you're a business in another country, you think, I don't know if I'm going to, there might be a tariff on that. If you're in Canada, you're like, maybe I should get my next shipment from somewhere else, because I don't know if I'm going to be able to depend on the United States as a trading partner. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce said the tariffs will only raise prices for American families and upend supply chains. Then you have both the National Association of Manufacturers and the International Association of Machinists saying they would put American manufacturing jobs at risk. The American Farm Bureau, as I just noted, warns that these tariffs threaten to deliver another blow to the finances of farm families. And the National Association of Home Builders said they would increase the cost of construction, and consumers will end up paying in the form of higher home prices. So you have complaints from the worker side, you have complaints from the business side, and you have complaints from the farm side. I'd say you're in trouble. And it's not only these groups, which do represent thousands and thousands and thousands of businesses and workers. It's people right in this building. And it's not just the Democrats who are here speaking tonight about what this chaos is doing to American families. Senator McConnell put it pretty well, and he talked today about this at the agriculture hearing, but he said it will be paid for by American consumers. He's absolutely right. Slapping new taxes on American families while planning more massive tax cuts for billionaires is not how you strengthen our economy. Lives and livelihoods are at stake. When I look at these constituent letters, and I literally have only read a fraction of them, I see that people are waking up. They are energized. They are starting to see that, I don't feel like I have much control over my life. And maybe that's why I voted for change in this election, but I actually wanted it to happen. And the other thing they say is I actually wanted Democrats and Republicans to work across the aisle. Like we do so much in this Senate. But what they didn't vote for was chaos. What they didn't vote for was corruption. What they didn't vote for was an unelected billionaire deciding he's just going to come in and run the government. They actually said, okay, I want to tip the scales a little. I want to see what can happen. Someone else in there. And then they thought we were going to work it out. They thought we were going to work on how to make government more efficient. They thought we were going to work on how to get them more housing with all these things I've seen that are incredible around my state, with incentives for private entities to work to do things like expand child care, or a bunch of businesses get together. We could do some things to create more incentives to make that happen, to expand existing private child cares, or this idea of creating more smaller child care facilities so that they're all ones in a row, apartment after apartment, so that they can bring in kids into smaller businesses. Or they thought maybe they're going to do something about consolidation, or maybe they're going to do something so my kids, when they look at the internet, they don't see pornography and they don't get fentanyl dealers online. But instead, what do they see? Well, I guess talk about Panama and Greenland and talk about all kinds of things that really aren't relevant to their lives. They want us to do things that are relevant to their lives. And they do not want some unelected guy to come in and make all these decisions for them. Mr. President, these Minnesotans are only some, but not all, of the lives that this administration is playing with. They deserve better. The people of this country deserve competence, not chaos. We have already seen what happens when Russell Vought's vision for the Office of Management and Business and budget is put into action. It leads to disorder. It leads to uncertainty. It leads to unconstitutional power grabs that hurt Americans. And that was even before he had the job. Because you see, this was his plan from the very beginning. I implore my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to vote no on this nomination, to stand up as our constituents have asked us to stand up, whether they're Democrats or Republicans. No to chaos, no to corruption. Uphold the values of our Constitution. When you look at these nominees, fulfill your duties of advise and consent. Why rubber stamp every single one of these nominees? Why would you do that? Instead, look at what they plan to do. Are they truly qualified, or do they actually have the interests of the agency they're supposed to run and the interests of the American people at heart? Then make your decision. We cannot put someone in charge of the Office of Management and Budget, which, by the way, has now become a household word, an agency that many people had never heard of in my state, but they're now writing in letters in droves about the fact that they don't understand why an unelected bureaucrat could issue that memo and why we could put someone in place that devised this strategy, someone who has already demonstrated that he will abuse his power. Article 1 of our Constitution, which so many of my constituents are now reading up on, makes it clear that decisions about federal funding belong to Congress, not the President, and certainly not the Director of the Office of Management and Budget. Russell Vought has showed blatant disrespect for the Constitution and the American people. He is not the man for this job. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The senator from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. President, I rise to strongly oppose the confirmation of Kash Patel to serve as the next director of the FBI. The FBI director leads our nation's most important law enforcement agency. It is made up of more than 38,000 nonpartisan public servants who work every day to take on violent crime, get fentanyl off of our streets, investigate cyber crimes, protect our national security, and so much more. The Bureau's motto is fidelity, bravery, integrity. And its director must be someone who embodies those core values above all else. That is not Kash Patel. Let's start with fidelity. The FBI director's loyalty is not to the president. It is to the truth, the Constitution, the American people. But Mr. Patel has made it clear that his only loyalty is to the president. Mr. Patel has threatened to come after the president's critics. on one podcast in December of 2023. By the way, that's 2023, just a few years ago, not 2 decades ago, not when he's in high school. In 2023, he said, and I quote, "We're going to come after you, whether it's criminally or civilly. We'll figure that out. But yeah, we're putting you on notice." And on another podcast last August, he said, "When Trump wins in 2024 and is in power in 2025, we can prosecute them," referring to Justice Department officials. That was just last August. At his hearing before the Judiciary Committee, we gave Mr. Patel numerous opportunities to explain, to walk back his threats. He chose not to, nor did he try to explain his so-called deep state list of former government officials, including many Republicans who served under the president's first term. This list of his deep state government gangsters, as he called them, list included former Defense Secretary Mark Esper, former CIA Director Gina Haspel, former National Security Advisor John Bolton, and former Attorney General Bill Barr. Bill Barr, who had received so many compliments from people in this body, from so many Republicans, including the chair of the Judiciary Committee. I remind our colleagues on the other side of the aisle that Bill Barr wrote that putting Patel in charge of the FBI, promoting him in any way, would only happen, quote, "over his dead body," end quote. Gina Haspel threatened to resign to stop Patel from becoming her deputy, and John Bolton said that Patel demonstrated no policy aptitude at all. Mr. President, these are staunch, lifelong Republicans. They are experienced and respected people. I may not agree in any way with everything they've said or done, nor does everyone here, but we do agree that they are people of integrity. Mr. President, if these people can end up on Kash Patel's deep state list, we can only imagine what that would mean for anyone who might not be deemed sufficiently loyal to the president. We know what Mr. Patel wants to do with the people on his list because he already told us. In one interview, he said the people on the list, quote, "need to go to prison," end quote. And his comments about his so-called enemies are not empty threats. His desire to punish all but the president's most zealous loyalists is far too real. At his hearing, Mr. Patel said that, quote, "all FBI employees will be protected against political retribution," end quote. Yet, mere hours later, the administration forced out 8 of the Bureau's most senior, nonpartisan public servants who oversaw national security, criminal, and cyber matters. One day later, an email was sent to FBI employees requesting a list of everyone who had worked on January 6 cases, quote, "to determine whether any additional personnel actions are necessary," end quote. It wouldn't matter if it's just a brand new person who gets assigned to a case or a senior person. It doesn't matter if these people were prosecuting people, investigating people that actually tried to do us harm in this chamber, chased down former Senator Romney in the hall. That all happened. Destroyed offices of the parliamentarian and others. Cut police officers' faces and injured them. And then, when in any crime scene you'd have it investigated, this guy, Kash Patel, is questioning those FBI employees that were simply assigned to the case to work on them. This is not the person we should be putting in charge of the FBI. And I know my colleagues know this. So many of them that were there at the time supported Christopher Wray. I voted for Christopher Wray. He was Donald Trump's choice to run the FBI, but I thought that he would be a man of integrity, and he was. I will also note that applications to the FBI have tripled since he's been in office during that time period because he's improved morale, they've been doing their job, and people want to go work there. Mr. Patel's supposed enemies are not only government officials he disagrees with. He has threatened the press as well. No one agrees with every story the press writes. I certainly don't. And I'm sure many of my colleagues have read stories about them that they don't like. But we believe in this country in the First Amendment. Mr. Patel, however, has referred to the media as, again, a recent quote, the most powerful enemy the United States has ever seen, end quote. He said that not even on a podcast. He said that in a speech. Think about that. The media is the most powerful enemy the United States has ever seen, in the words of Kash Patel, nominated to be the director of the FBI, to oversee tens of thousands of agents across the country. Not China, not Russia, not Iran, not terrorists, but the press. And Mr. Patel has already publicly threatened journalists, saying, we're going to come after the people in the media. We're going to come after you, whether it's criminally or civilly. We'll figure it out. But yeah, we're putting you all on notice, end quote. This isn't someone who has any business running the world's premier law enforcement agency. This isn't someone who we can trust to be faithful to our Constitution. This isn't fidelity to the rule of law and impartial law enforcement. It is a direct threat to it. Bravery, fidelity, bravery, integrity. So let's talk about bravery. We all know that the Capitol Police showed bravery far and above the call of duty on January 6, 2021. We know that. We know that many of them, their gear was stuck on a bus, their riot gear. They weren't even able to access it. And so many of them were protecting us, people who worked in this Capitol, when the people that were storming into this Capitol had better gear than the police had. And of course, we've made tons of changes since then, changes to the leadership of the Capitol Police with a new chief, changes to the sergeant at arms, changes to our security profile. We've made those changes. Of course, we should have done that. But what we do know is they showed bravery. But rather than recognize the officers' bravery, Mr. Patel accused those who testified in the January 6 hearings of lying. When asked on a podcast whether Capitol Police officers told the truth in the House of Representatives January 6 committee hearings when they were under oath, Mr. Patel said, and I quote, "No, and lying under oath is a federal offense and they should be investigated for it." Once again, our colleagues on the Judiciary Committee gave him the chance to walk back these comments during his hearings. And once again, he chose not to. In fact, he claimed this wasn't accurate. It was exactly what he said. We have the evidence. We have the facts. We have the proof. Right there, his words. I would think facts and truth and the proof should matter to someone who is asking to be head of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, but it doesn't. Literally, this is on YouTube. Anyone listening today could look it up. The men and women of the Capitol Police aren't criminals, they're heroes. And so are the men and women at the FBI who every day put their lives on the line to keep us safe. But Kash Patel disagrees. He wrote in his book, again recently, that, quote, "The FBI has become so thoroughly compromised that it will remain a threat to the people unless drastic measures are taken," end quote. And he called the men and women of the FBI, quote, "utterly corrupt," end quote. How do you think that makes people feel? People out in Minnesota who are going after bank robbers or gangs or drug rings because Kash Patel didn't like one investigation of a bunch of mobsters that came into this Capitol and beat up police. And then he said he wanted the list of everyone that was involved in that. I don't think the FBI is a threat to the people like Mr. Patel. I don't think it's utterly corrupt, and I don't think my Republican colleagues believe that either. I think they admire the people that work at the FBI. In fact, under Mr. Wray's leadership, as I noted, the morale of the agents and personnel at the FBI has improved significantly, 3 times as many people, as I noted, applying as agents. These agents deserve a director who will have their back and continue building the morale at the Bureau, not someone who denigrates their service and, as Kash Patel has done, again, we've got it, his voice saying it, calls for their headquarters to be shut down and turned into a museum. That was one of his later comments. The men and women of the FBI show us every day what it means to embody bravery. And now we need to show them that we too can be brave and tell the president on this one, no, this is not the right person. We know he's your friend. We know you've hung out with him a lot, but this is not the person for this job. I asked my colleagues to vote no on just one of these nominees. I voted yes on some of them. I looked at their credentials. I made a decision. Maybe it wouldn't have been the first person I picked, but I voted yes on some of them. I asked them to vote no on Kash Patel. Integrity, FBI, integrity, I. The FBI runs on facts. It runs on truth. Without truth, the whole system breaks down. And in his hearing, Mr. Patel made clear why Americans should be so concerned about putting someone in charge of the FBI who clearly does not have the integrity the job demands. Mr. Patel did not even have the integrity to stand by his own words that we had on YouTube. Instead of disavowing or providing explanations for his past statements, he repeatedly misled the committee, dodged questions, and claimed ignorance. Claimed he didn't remember things he'd said just a few months before. Why would you want someone in the FBI who doesn't remember things they said only a few months before? This is irresponsible at best and deceitful at worst. The director of our nation's most powerful law enforcement agency must be forthright and trustworthy. He must follow the facts and carefully analyze evidence before drawing conclusions. Unfortunately, Mr. Patel has proven that his allegiance is to the president, not to the truth. Mr. President, independence of the FBI from the White House is critical. We recently saw courageous prosecutors stand up for an independent justice system. They resigned instead of carrying out politicized orders from the administration. These were not liberal lawyers. These were not members of the resistance. The acting U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Danielle Sassoon, was a Federalist Society member and a clerk to Justice Scalia. She is a rising star. She is so respected. She has taken on major cases and won against criminals time and time again. And she gave up the position of the acting head of one of the most incredible prosecutor's office in the country, the Southern District of New York. And the lead prosecutor of the case, Hagan Scotton, was a decorated Iraq war veteran. He clerked for Justice Roberts and Justice Kavanaugh when Justice Kavanaugh was on the Court of Appeals. In his resignation letter, he wrote, "I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion, but it was never going to be me." I think we should think about those words when we take our votes. I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion, but it was never going to be me. My Republican colleagues need to show some of the same courage as these public servants. They need to stop acquiescing and stand up to this assault on our justice system. And a good place to start is by voting against Patel. The fact is, federal law enforcement and the American people deserve a director who embodies the Bureau's model: fidelity, bravery, and integrity. I will be voting no on his confirmation, and I asked our Republican colleagues to join me in standing up for justice, in standing up for the rule of law. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I rise in opposition to our Republican colleagues' budget proposal. This plan is all about giving tax cuts to billionaires and then finding the money to pay for it. Let's make that really clear. This week, they are moving forward in both the House and the Senate with their plans. While the plans are different, the destination is the same. The results of this, when you look at the details with the House bill, with the Senate bill, when you look at the undermining of the Affordable Care Act, which has given health care to so many people, and you look at the undermining in the House proposal of the prescription drug negotiations for Medicare, which is so key, when you look at what would happen to rural hospitals, what would happen with nutrition for kids and veterans, infrastructure projects are subject right now, all to find this over $2 trillion for tax cuts for the wealthy. It is no wonder that 2/3 of Americans, and this is in a number of public polls, think the president isn't focused enough on lowering costs. And no wonder they believe by a 13-point margin that these policies will actually increase inflation. Costs are high. Americans are struggling to make ends meet. They actually thought that this administration would come in and do something about it. And my concern, which you will hear from me, from many of my colleagues, that this budget proposal will only make things worse. Over the last few years, our workers and businesses have created millions of good-paying jobs. And just a few years ago, we came together to pass the bipartisan infrastructure law, which has made historic investments in our roads, ports, bridges, high-speed internet, and more. I remember how proud we were, those of us that worked on this legislation, that we had such strong bipartisan for this bill. But unfortunately, these proposals from the Senate and the House would undo this progress, particularly when it comes to broadband. In 2025, we can't talk about infrastructure without talking about broadband. High-speed internet is necessary for everything from education to healthcare to finding jobs, not to mention keeping in touch with family members. I have a number of small businesses that when they don't have high-speed broadband, they actually have to go into town to a McDonald's parking lot to contact their customers, because in this modern day, you cannot do business even in the smallest of towns without having high-speed internet. Right now, more than 20 million Americans are left out because they still don't have a reliable internet connection at home. As co-chair of the bipartisan Senate Broadband Caucus and the author of the original bill that got included in the bipartisan infrastructure law, I've always believed that if they can have high-speed internet in a country like Iceland, a country with active volcanoes that are spewing lava, maybe, just maybe, we can get it in every corner in our own country. That's why we fought to make sure the bipartisan infrastructure law included historic funding to deliver high-speed internet. That funding's there, it's going out, it has been going out, it will go out in the future. I would love if it had just all happened in 1 year, but that funding is going out. But that progress is going to be ground to a halt if this money instead goes to tax cuts for the wealthy. Slashing funding for infrastructure and high-speed internet is only the beginning. The budget also threatens health care for over 8 million seniors and more than 31 million kids. On top of that, it would force rural hospitals to shut their doors, and it would threaten the future of Medicare drug price negotiations, which I noted earlier. Even the first 10 drugs under our bill, the first 10 drugs alone, and no one has disputed this because of the 60% decrease after the negotiations with the pharma companies, 70% decrease on those 10 drugs, would save seniors in out-of-pocket $1.5 billion in just 10 years. Pharma got a sweetheart deal 20-some years ago. I wasn't here when that happened, but it is time to change it. We did. The first 10 drugs came out. Now this administration has been handed the torch to handle the 15 drugs that need to be next negotiated. After that, they pick 15 more, and hopefully these are all blockbuster drugs. But if this is undermined, as happened in the House bill, in a sop to pharmaceutical companies, but if this is undermined, so much money will be left on the table and go to the rich people instead of the consumers who need those less expensive drugs. We should not be paying twice as much as other industrialized nations for pharmaceuticals in this country, where so much taxpayer money already went into research and development. Unfortunately, under our budget that we are getting proposed here by Republicans in the Senate and the House, seniors won't be the only ones forced to rely on food banks. Republicans are planning to make sweeping cuts to programs that millions of Americans rely on for nutritious food. Addressing hunger shouldn't be a red issue or a blue issue. It should be an American issue. In fact, this body has often worked across the aisle to improve nutrition programs. While grocery prices continue to increase, seniors, children, and veterans should not be left hungry to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. This is making it harder and harder for Americans to put dinner on the table. In fact, we found out that due to Elon Musk's activities, that I guess several avian flu experts, people working on the front line, were accidentally fired. While the prices of eggs have been going up sky high, these people were removed from their jobs. They are now fast-tracking a rehiring of these employees, saying that it was an accidental mistake. We really can't afford accidental mistakes for watching the nuclear stockpile or trying to solve this problem of avian flu anymore. We have to actually help people instead of increasing their costs or their risk when it comes to safety. The budget slashes funding that Americans across the country rely on to pay their mortgages and makes it harder, the House bill, for them to afford flood insurance. This will make life harder, not to mention more expensive, for the Minnesotans whose homes were flooded over the summer, for people in Kentucky who are facing deadly flooding as we speak, and countless other Americans. These proposals, cuts to housing, healthcare, infrastructure, they have one important thing in common. None of it is going to lower the cost for the American people. It's going to increase their costs, all to give trillions of dollars of tax cuts to the wealthy. I have no problem bringing the cost down for people making under $400,000 a year, which is the vast majority of my constituents. I have no problem with keeping those tax cuts in place, but that is not what we're talking about when we look at this major overreach and expansion. I don't remember Republicans campaigning on higher costs and higher debt, but that is exactly what's going to happen if these budgets pass. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Mr. President, I rise today alongside my colleagues in strong opposition to the firings of scientists, medical researchers, and more at the Department of Health and Human Services. HHS is in charge of everything from preventing disease outbreaks to making sure that our kids are healthy, to ensuring that seniors can live with dignity. It directly touches more lives than any other cabinet agency. That's why the administration's mass firings of thousands of HHS employees are deeply troubling. When a new CEO comes in and wants to see a new direction for a company, they look at it, they look at all the divisions, they figure out their direction, they maybe cut a division, they maybe make changes to it, they look at the merits of certain employees, they move some employees to different divisions, and they figure out thoughtfully what's the right way and what's the best way for their company. This is the entire government, but that is not what is happening here. They are firing people across the board without regard for merit, without regard for function. They're firing some of the newest employees who are eager and excited to have their jobs. They're firing some people who were simply up for promotion, and that put them in a probationary status. They are not looking at what these people are doing or the value they bring to the workforce and to the American people. They're just doing it and getting on TV with the chainsaw. These are people who went into public service for a reason. They are people, in the case of Health and Human Services, who keep us healthy and save lives, who work every day to keep America at the forefront of medical breakthroughs and innovation. It's been our secret sauce. It has given the world the most incredible life-saving drugs and medical devices like the pacemaker in my state. That didn't just come out of one company. That came out of a lot of ideas, and that came out of a lot of universities, and that came out of people doing clinical trials, and that came out of a devotion by our country to moving forward. That's how we've gotten these life-saving cures. That's how we've mapped the human genome so that we are now starting to offer personalized medicine, drugs that fit people, things that work, things that cure diseases we never thought were possible to cure. That's how our economy has been so strengthened, and we've led across the world. You know, I've worked for years to cut red tape, and I know there's more to do. I know there's more we can do to make our government effective. And we can do that together. We can take the ideas from the administration. We can work on it in the next budget. We can make some changes. I support permitting reform, all kinds of things that we could do. But these mass firings in the area of medical research, this makes no sense. The Department of Health and Human Services is also tasked with implementing Medicare drug price negotiation, which I fought for years to pass into law, along with my colleague, Senator Welch from Vermont, when he was in the House, and Senator Sanders here in the Senate. This is expected. We finally passed it. It was part of the Inflation Reduction Act, and it actually says, hey, this sweetheart deal that pharma had with the Medicare, in which they can't negotiate at all and the prices are locked in, and so our country, people are paying twice as much as they do in places like Canada for the drugs, yet it is our taxpayers that put in the money for the research, or the VA, which works so well for our veterans. They're able to negotiate and get better prices, but not 50 million seniors. So what did we do? We finally ended the sweetheart deal, and we passed law. I would have been more aggressive about how many drugs you'd negotiate, because I understand that you start with a group of drugs, and pretty soon that's going to help people who aren't seniors, as we did with the insulin cap. That insulin cap, $35 a month, that was only for seniors, but actually Merck and other companies offered it to non-seniors as well, because we got it going with the biggest prescription drug buying group in the country, and that would be our seniors. So this Medicare negotiation has ramifications for everyone in this country. However, even though we only did 10 drugs at first, the Biden administration picked blockbuster drugs, big drugs that so many people take, like Januvia and Jardiance and Xarelto and Eliquis. Combined, in 1 year, just 1 year, when this starts next year, no one has refuted these statistics, 9 million seniors will save $1.5 billion in out-of-pocket costs in the first year alone, and save taxpayers over $100 billion in the next decades. That's just 10 drugs. They've now come up with 15 more drugs, including Ozempic and those weight loss drugs, and they've passed that torch now, or the voters have, onto the next administration. So now it's on them to negotiate these 15 and then pick 15 more and 15 more. Imagine how much money we can save, not just for the seniors, that's obvious, but also for the taxpayers, because we are footing part of this bill, and then ultimately it will bring down drug prices like they have in other countries. But firing the men and women who carry out these price negotiations put those savings totally at risk. You cannot take on some of the world's biggest companies, the pharmaceutical companies, with Band-Aids and a skeleton crew. That is not going to work. I think we all know that. We all know this is really hard work. On top of this, the firings threaten health care for the 170 million Americans who get coverage through Medicare, Medicaid, which is so many of our seniors when they're in assisted living with their long-term care, and people's parents and grandparents, as well as coverage under the Affordable Care Act, including over 2 million Minnesotans. In fact, Medicaid actually provides health care for 20% of my rural residents in my state. You'll see similar numbers all across the country, and more than half of all nursing home residents in our state are on Medicaid. I remember when my dad was in assisted living. He got late onset Alzheimer's. I found a place for him and found the next place when he needed a little more help, and I knew as his savings were running out what that day was. I knew the exact month that he was going to run out of his savings. And then he would go on to Medicaid. And that was a safety net. I actually knew I couldn't keep him at the same place, but I knew a place I could have him go to. And he ended up dying a year before that date happened. But there are so many people in our country that know the exact date when their parent or their grandparent is going to be able to have that safety net of Medicaid because they've actually run through all their savings. Nationwide, Medicaid provides coverage for 2/3 of all nursing home care. And these cuts, with what we're seeing out of the House budget, where they have put targets on the exact program that includes Medicaid, these cuts will be particularly disastrous for people with chronic conditions, including millions of veterans who become sick or disabled as a result of their service. What is this all about? It's about funding giant tax breaks for billionaires. Yeah, over $2 trillion of that money, that goes to people that are wealthy, people making over $400,000 a year. I'm all for keeping in these tax cuts for people making under $400,000 a year, but I do not know why, when you're facing the debt that our country has and when you are dealing with people's needs with Medicaid and the like, that you would decide to add tax cuts and make permanent tax cuts for people who are making over $400,000 a year. We actually had a vote on this late at night about a week ago, where we asked our Republican colleagues, okay, well, how about for people making over $10 million a year? That was Senator Warren's amendment. She said, okay, how about if they're making over $10 million? Could we at least agree that we shouldn't cut their taxes? And unfortunately, our Republican colleagues for that amendment yelled out no. Then we said, Senator Kelly got up there and said, okay, how about if they're making over $100 million? Then we should add more tax cuts? Our colleagues voted against that amendment, which said we should not add more tax cuts for people making over $100 million when our country's facing the debt it has, when we've got the needs for people in nursing homes, and the needs for people with child care and the like. So then they tried one more time. Senator Angus King, independent of Maine. He said, okay, how about for people making over $500 million? Then at least you can agree with us, right, that we shouldn't add more tax cuts for those people making over $500 million a year. And sadly, our colleagues voted no. Instead of cutting costs for regular people and their prices and groceries, they're cutting Medicaid, which provides health care for 7.2 million seniors, almost 40 million children, nearly 2/3 of nursing home residents, and millions of people with rare diseases. But this isn't just the numbers. There are moms and dads, brothers and sisters, friends and neighbors. I've heard from one Minnesotan who at 4 years old was diagnosed with Duchenne muscular dystrophy, which causes rapid muscle weakness, making it harder to compete in complete most physical tasks. But this Minnesotan, who's now 26, has been able to thrive because he has Medicaid coverage. He got an education, he got a job, he graduated with a master's degree in public policy, he's paying taxes. In his words, Medicaid gave him the affordable health coverage he needed to manage his rare condition. For him and millions more, the cuts at the Department of Health and Human Services put their lives and livelihood at risk. This week is Rare Disease Week. I've met with many rare disease patients. I'm the co-chair of that caucus. And they are in town right now to convene and collaborate with federal medical researchers, PhD students, other families affected, drug and device reviewers, and advocates. Many of these rare disease patients were looking forward to attending the rare disease event that was supposed to be today. And this year it was going to be a collaboration between NIH and the FDA because of all that integral work that goes on with drugs being approved and people with rare diseases. But that annual event was canceled because the people carrying that out, these people here with very difficult rare diseases, that was canceled because the people doing the event were fired. The mission of the Department of Health and Human Services, which the thousands of Americans who are fired work every day to uphold, is enhancing the health and well-being of all Americans. These mass firings are a direct affront to that mission. The building that houses the Department of Health and Human Services is named for Minnesota's happy warrior, Vice President Hubert Humphrey. It's been that way through Democrat and Republican presidents. He was a champion for expanding access to health care. Inscribed in the entrance hall of that building are words from Humphrey's final speech in 1977. By the way, he was someone who was loved right here in this chamber by Democrats and Republicans. Some of the most conservative Republicans mourned his loss, and they loved the guy. And this is what he said in his final speech here. The moral test of government is how that government treats those who are in the dawn of life, the children, those who are in the twilight of life, the elderly, and those who are in the shadows of life, the sick. And he added, given he had a child in his own family with Down syndrome and those with disabilities. The firing of those who care for kids and seniors and those who work on rare diseases and those who are bringing together our people who work on drugs that are supposed to solve and are solving the problems for these rare disease families and those that are doing the approvals and those that are doing the research and the families that want to talk to them about it. They were all here, and they canceled it. Because just like that, Elon Musk came in with his chainsaw. Those families are not going to tolerate this much longer. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I rise in support of Senator Durbin's simple but necessary resolution. It reaffirms three basic principles that should be self-evident to all senators serving in this body. One, that there are courts established under the Constitution as a co-equal branch of government. Two, that in the words of Chief Justice Marshall in Marbury v. Madison, those courts' role is to say what the law is. And three, that the Constitution requires the executive branch to comply with all federal court rulings. As I reminded all of the senators that were assembled for the president's inauguration, there is a reason that that inauguration is not held in a gilded presidential palace like it is in some countries. It is held in the United States Capitol, and the president is sworn in by the Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court, and in this case, with all Supreme Court justice there, to make the point that in America, we have three equal co-branches of government, and they all have a very defined role under the Constitution. These are things we all learned in high school civics, and they are the bedrock of the rule of law. Yet today, the president refuses to acknowledge these foundational principles. He claims, channeling Napoleon, that he who saves his country does not violate the law. He has asserted that, quote, I have in Article 2 where I have the right to do whatever I want as president, end quote. And he has even used the White House social media account to post an image of himself wearing a crown proclaiming, "Long live the king." I'd call that kind of a smoking gun when it comes to the evidence that Senator Durbin's very important resolution is necessary. Judges appointed by presidents of both parties have found many of the president's actions illegal. You've seen in the past 30 days, judges appointed by Ronald Reagan, judges appointed by George Bush, judges appointed by Donald Trump himself, along with judges appointed by Democratic presidents, have looked at the facts, looked at the law, and in the words of Chief Justice Marshall in Marbury v. Madison, have said what the law is. They have found the president's actions illegal, from unilaterally funding freezes in direct defiance of statutes and the Constitution's crystal clear mandate that the power of the purse resides squarely with Congress, to illegal firings of government officials where they have been reinstated. Yet the administration continues to question principles at the very heart of our Constitution. Just last month, the vice president said, quote, "Judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power," end quote. In 2021, J.D. Vance, before he was elected, suggested that the president should dismantle the federal workforce and, quote, "When the courts stop you, stand before the country like Andrew Jackson did and say, 'The Chief Justice has made his ruling. Now let him enforce it.'" Elon Musk, who was here in the House of Representatives just last night, lauded by the president, has said, quote, "The only way to restore rule of the people in America is to impeach judges," end quote, citing the purge of judges by the government in El Salvador as an example. The world's greatest democracy, the United States of America, now pointing to the rules in El Salvador. Aaron Reitz, the nominee to head the Office of Legal Policy, had previously called for defiance of a court order, tweeting himself, quote, "Looking for some Andrew Jackson-level leadership on this one. Judge Yackel has made his decision, now let him enforce it," end quote. When asked about this tweet at the hearing that Senator Durbin and Senator Grassley held over his nomination, and when asked whether the president can defy a court order, Wright said, quote, "There is no hard and fast rule in all instances in which a litigant must comply with all or some or various parts of a judicial decision," end quote. And when asked for his view on the matter, John Sauer, the president's nominee for Solicitor General, told the committee he did not want to speak to hypotheticals. This is a frightening non-answer. It is very clear. We are to follow the law in the Senate. The president is to follow the law. In fact, while the framers gave the president the power to faithfully execute the law, our Constitution created an accountable president. The framers, who detested the king's unchecked power, made sure to create an independent judiciary to prevent abuse of power wherever it occurred, and ensure that no one is above the law, not even the president. As James Madison noted, independent tribunals of justice serve as, quote, "an impenetrable bulwark against every assumption of power in the legislative or executive," end quote. That includes, of course, the power to issue binding court orders that the executive cannot set aside. Like many of my colleagues, I have vigorously opposed some decisions by judges, but even when I disagree with a decision, I never thought it was an open question about whether that decision should be followed. If you do not like a court ruling, you appeal it. If we think a decision was wrong, we introduce legislation or a constitutional amendment, as we have done, to change it, or a reasoned argument before the Supreme Court, or filing an amicus brief. I have attended hearings in which we filed an amicus brief. I know many of my Republican colleagues and other prominent conservatives agree. Speaking to the nominees at last week's hearing, Senator Kennedy of Louisiana said, quote, "Don't ever, ever take the position that you're not going to follow the order of a federal court, ever," end quote. The majority leader, Senator Thune, has been very clear that people should follow the law. Federalist Society co-founder Stephen Calabrese wrote in the Minnesota Law Review that a system in which the president had the power to defy court judgments, quote, would not be so much a system of constitutional government as it would be a system of rule by an elected Napoleonic strongman, end quote. Calabrese noted that all past presidents have understood this as well. Even Richard Nixon surrendered the Watergate tapes when ordered by a court. Mr. President, ours is a nation of laws, not a nation of kings. Ours is a nation of laws in which no one is above the law. When taking the oath of office, this just happened a month ago. We were all there. The president promises to, quote, preserve and protect, defend the Constitution of the United States. That is a pledge to obey court orders. And if the president chooses not to and flouts a court order, he will provoke a constitutional crisis. As Chief Justice John Roberts made clear at the end of last year, any suggestions that federal court rulings will be rejected are, in his words, dangerous, and, in his words, must be soundly rejected. Hagan Scotton, the lead prosecutor in the Mayor Eric Adams case, who resigned instead of carrying out politicized orders, maybe said it best. He wrote in his letter of resignation, "I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion, but it was never going to be me." This comes from a lawyer with an incredible career, someone who was a decorated Iraqi war veteran, someone who clerked for Judge Kavanaugh before he got to the Supreme Court, and clerked for Justice Roberts himself. But he would not commit an illegal act. "I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool," he said, "or enough of a coward to file your motion, but it was never going to be me." To my Republican colleagues, those words, they should be something you keep in your head, something that should haunt you in the middle of the night. Nominees who won't answer unequivocally that the president must comply with a court order, remember the words. Maybe you will find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward, but it's never going to be me. Our job is to look at these nominees and make decisions on the facts, to advise and consent, not to accept and acquiesce. And certainly, we should, at the very least, support Senator Durham's resolution. So simple, and such a reinstatement of our actual law, that there are courts established under the Constitution as a co-equal branch of government. Super not controversial. That in the words of Chief Justice Marshall in Marbury v. Madison, those courts' role is to say what the law is. And finally, that the Constitution requires the executive branch to comply with all federal rulings. That is the law, and we ask our colleagues to support this resolution. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Mr. President.
The senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I rise in strong opposition to our colleagues' budget, the Republican budget, the Trump budget, a plan where billionaires win and families lose. We are voting on this budget resolution because our colleagues are once again telling us whose problems they are focused on solving. Spoiler alert, it is not the problems of everyday Americans. 2/3 of these tax cuts go to billionaires. After an election where the American people sent a clear message that they were concerned about the high price of essentials like health care, my Republican colleagues are focused on another round of tax cuts for billionaires. This proposal gives the top 0.1% of income earners a new tax break worth an average of $180,000. It gives a $50 million tax break to Elon Musk over the next 10 years. That's right, 10 years, $50 million. I bet a lot of Americans would like that, but it's going to Elon Musk. And it pays for it by threatening the health care of 80 million Americans, including 31 million children. This is not what the Americans signed up for when they voted. I have heard this from constituents. I know because some of the people who, a number of them, a lot of them, voted for Donald Trump and me. What did they want? They wanted us to work on costs. They wanted us to bring down the costs of groceries and bring down the costs of health care, bring down the costs of everything from housing to child care. They wanted us to stand up for them. Instead, we get this billionaire tax scam bill. So let's talk about Medicaid. It's not maybe the first word on everyone's minds when they wake up in the morning, because they actually, sometimes people don't know that Medicaid is helping their parents and their grandparents pay for their assisted living. In my case, I knew that my dad, who was in assisted living that was paid for by his savings, he had late onset Alzheimer's, and I knew the exact day when that savings would run out. He got married 3 times, that's for another story, but he had limited savings, and the savings would get him through a certain date, and then Medicaid would kick in. That was the date where he was going to actually have to move, and I found another place for him. He actually died a year before that happened. We miss him every single day. But I knew that Medicaid was there for him when those savings ran out, that he had a place to go. It might not have been the place that he had been at for a few years, but it was a place that was safe for him. Medicaid provides health care for 20%, 1 in 5 of the people in rural Minnesota. And it provides the long-term care for 1 out of 2, 50% of the people in my state who are in long-term care. It's pretty important. I spent about 2 weeks ago, I went on a 14-county tour in rural Minnesota. I went to a number of senior facilities and assisted livings and heard their stories. So many of them needed Medicaid. But this partisan budget, it would force rural hospitals to shut their doors, and it would be particularly dangerous for people with chronic conditions and families caring for a child with a rare disease, all to pay for more than $2 trillion in tax cuts for the wealthiest people in our country. Slashing Medicare and Medicaid would devastate families across our country. These are programs that millions of people rely on, like our neighbors, like our parents, like our grandparents. This is real, and I think people know that. They understand that. I think about a constituent from Inver Grove Heights, Minnesota, who told me that Medicaid helps her to afford the cost of her father's Medicare and memory care. She said, "I'm not sure what we would do if we could not receive this benefit." And I think about what I heard from another constituent, a working mom of 2, whose parents rely on Medicaid for health care. She told me she doesn't think that it's fair to shift the cost of care to families like hers to pay for tax cuts to wealthy. You know, that's the incredible thing about democracy. People write in, they send emails, they call our offices, they show up at town hall meetings, and they tell us what they think. In this email, she said, "We need to draw the line and say, this is enough. I couldn't agree more. Today, the day has been a really hard time. I was on a TV program earlier, and there were a lot of major Wall Street traders and Jim Cramer, who are experts on Wall Street, and they talked about what a devastating day this has been. This was actually the toughest day, the biggest tumble the stock market has taken since 2020 in the pandemic. But this was not a pandemic. This was not a global pandemic. This was a self-inflicted wound from the President of the United States. And it sadly affected people, not just on Wall Street, but on Main Street. We call this the Trump tariff tax, TTT. Easy to remember, Trump tariff tax. Estimates are now based on the announcement made yesterday that this is a $4,000 tax per average American family. It is a $20,000 additional fee on every single home that someone wants to buy. That's the average. Thousands of dollars for a car. Why? Because our supply chains are forever integrated with the rest of the world. We get stuff from Canada. And we were able to see 4 of our colleagues stand up and vote with all Democrats to say the basis for the Trump tariff tax on Americans based on Canada was wrong. And we actually made a statement last night, and then what happens? We see the effects of the Trump tariff tax. 4% down stock market. Some of it's 5% down. The Republican budget doubles down on this because while we are seeing this assault on American savings and on average American families who work hard every single day, we're also now hearing about a budget that would add in 30 years $37 trillion to the debt. $37 trillion to the debt. While cutting Medicaid, why do I say that? Because in order to meet the targets that were outlined over in the House, the Congressional Budget Office that has long been nonpartisan, used by Democrats and Republicans in Congress, have made it clear that this would have to involve cuts to Medicaid. You add that to the firings at the Department of Health and Human Services that will undercut health services and research. I just met with a man this weekend from a small town right close to Brainerd, Minnesota, whose wife had just died in January. In order to figure out the death benefit, what he got under Social Security, he first emailed. He's very much with it at age 79. Took too long, on and on. He called hours and hours and hours. He went into the office, he drove 30 miles. He was asked to show his ID online. It went on and on and on for days until he called our office and we got involved and tried to help him. A man who's grieving, who just lost his wife. That is what these cuts are going to mean for regular people. And yes, it's a disaster for Wall Street, but it is more of a disaster on Main Street. For decades, and here's one example, big pharma companies had a sweetheart deal written into law that allowed them to charge seniors whatever they wanted for life-saving prescription drugs. Along with many of my Democratic colleagues, I led the bill to have finally Medicare negotiations under Medicare Part D. What happened? The last administration took this on, top 10 drugs, everything from Eliquis to Januvia to Xarelto to Jardiance. they finally negotiated the prices. And negotiated prices for those 10 drugs, which went down 60%, 70%, will save 9 million seniors $1.5 billion in out-of-pocket costs in just the first year alone. No one has refuted these stats because this was the negotiation. Now this torch, this incredible effort to finally bring down pharmaceutical prices has been passed on to this administration. They have been given 15 drugs, that's the next allotment, including Ozempic, to negotiate the prices down for seniors. They also have to do the year after that and the year after that. And there is no sign, based on testimony in the Health Committee, based on what we've seen out there, that they're going to have the wherewithal to do this. I hope they do, but there is no sign that they're going to do this. I see that Senator Welch just entered the chamber. He was the lead author on this bill in the House of Representatives and understands exactly what I'm talking about. That is an example when you look at the Medicaid and the use for, yes, children with disabilities, kids throughout our land, but also our seniors for nursing homes and assisted living. And then you look at the Medicare and how important that is, and then you look at the progress we've made on things like prescription drugs. All of these are on the line. At the same time, Americans have seen the biggest drop to their savings, the biggest drop to the stock market, a self-inflicted wound, a reckless act based on things that Donald Trump had said to his, I don't know, the people he hangs out with, his friends. Well, the people that voted for him in my state did not sign up for this. Instead of building on our progress, Republicans are driving up costs. By not standing up on these tariffs, although 4 of them did, on Canada, by not standing up when it comes to this assault on programs for our seniors like Medicaid. This is unacceptable, and we should not be here advancing policies that are going to force more Americans to have to choose between filling their prescriptions and putting food on their table. Too many Americans struggle with the cost of health care. Instead of looking out for billionaires, let's look out for them. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I appreciated the words of my colleague from Maryland, because I was standing there thinking that a budget is actually a choice. It's a value choice. It is an economic choice of where you want to spend the taxpayers' hard-earned money. And what this budget does, as he points out, $6 trillion in the next 10 years, that would add to the debt because of tax cuts for the wealthiest people. I have no problem making sure we don't increase taxes for people making under $400,000 a year. That's a good idea. But this is a way different animal than that. It actually takes the parts of the Trump tax cuts for the wealthy, make sure they stay in place, and then adds even more, so that 2/3 of the benefits from this are going to the wealthiest and the big corporations. And the thing he raised that I loved was, what could you do with that money? Well, you could reduce the debt. That'd be a good thing. You could put part of it so that we make sure we do that. You could put the funding into actually taking on some, say, tax incentives for housing, which we so dearly need, to work with the private sector to build more housing. You could put it into incentives for childcare. You could shore up Social Security. You could do all kinds of great things that the people actually thought they were voting for, even a large number of them that voted for Donald Trump. But that's not what this budget is. So I appreciate Senator Van Hollen pointing out that in the end, these budgets are a choice. Who do you want to spend the money on? What do you think is going to work for this economy? We already know that Donald Trump has sent this economy into a tailspin as the market continues to go down And this isn't just a market. As horrified as traders are and experts on Wall Street, you got to take it to Main Street. And when you take it to Main Street, you've got people who have been depending on their retirement, whether it's a 401k or some other kind of retirement, for their rest of their lives. Or you have people who've saved money for their kids to go to school. Or you have young people just starting out who maybe have, 5 years into savings, don't know if their job's still going to be there because the economy's going into a tailspin. That's a choice. That's a totally self-inflicted wound yesterday. That was a choice. The economy, coming out of the pandemic, struggling through all of that, inflation and the like, was actually, when Donald Trump took over, in a pretty good place. And look what he's done. Completely unnecessary self-inflicted wound, but the problem is who it wounds. Thousands of dollars in taxes on the average family, $20,000 more for a home for young people that might want to buy their first home, more money to buy a car. It goes on and on and on. So when I look at that budget, I can't just see it in a vacuum. I see it in this totality of what's going on right now. Because with these tariffs, the wealthiest people, they're going to lose billions of dollars or millions of dollars. They're going to be fine, though, because they got everything else. But it's the people who are living paycheck to paycheck or depending on the Social Security. They're the ones that's going to suffer from this. And then you add this budget to the mix. This budget would give massive tax cuts to the ultra-wealthy and pay for it by raising costs, taking away health care, threatening the economic security of tens of millions of Americans. It is a major handout to the wealthy. If you don't know what the numbers are, here's a great one to remember. It would give Elon Musk a $50 million tax break over the next 10 years. Do we really think he needs that? Does he need $10 million more? He does not. You could literally structure this budget so that you are not reducing taxes or giving special deals to people making over $400,000 a year. You could do that. But that's not what this is. It went the opposite. It gives the wealthiest 0.1% an average tax cut of $180,000 a year. In total, over the next 30 years, it would spend $25 trillion on tax cuts for the wealthy and the big corporations. Meanwhile, what's happening to people's grocery prices? What's happening to their health care prices? What's happening to their housing prices? This isn't speculation. Look at what happened the last time the Republicans ran this playbook in 2017. They told us back then those tax cuts would trickle down, that wages would go up, that jobs would come back. What actually happened? Big companies spent nearly $1 trillion on stock buybacks to enrich their executives and their wealthy shareholders. Wages for working people barely moved. Manufacturing jobs didn't boom. But the first year after that passed, corporate America spent over $800 billion buying back its own stock, at more than 50% higher than the year before. And this year, those buybacks are projected to top $1 trillion for the first time ever. That helps Wall Street, not Main Street. So here we are again. Same trickle-down theory, just repackaged with even more debt and even fewer benefits for the middle class. As noted, the debt, this budget, the Congressional Budget Office estimates it would add $37 trillion to the debt over the next 30 years. $37 trillion on the backs of our kids, grandkids. That's right. We're leaving the next generation to foot a $37 trillion bill so we can give billionaires a tax cut today. That is the choice. And it's all wrapped up in very complex language, so it doesn't sound like they're doing it. But check actual news sources. Look at this to verify what the actual numbers are. $25 trillion of it is tax cuts for the wealthy and big corporations over the next 30 years. The kicker, they're trying to hide that massive debt. What even their own members, these are Republican elected members of Congress, have called a budget gimmick, intellectual fraud, and my favorite one, fairy dust. Instead of leveling with the American people, they're using an accounting trick to pretend that these new tax cuts cost nothing. I believe that the American people know better. I believe they know better when they woke up this morning to see where the stock market was and thought about all their hard-earned money and what they were doing with it. I believe they know better when they look at any kind of simple description of what this budget is. They promised to lower the deficit, but this budget adds trillions to the debt. They promised to bring down costs, but you don't even need to check the news. Just go down the grocery aisle and see if that has really happened. And they promised to put everyday Americans first. But this budget, it puts the wealthiest first, or they wouldn't be getting the lion's share of the benefit. Under this plan, health care for nearly $80 million of Americans is at risk, including 2/3 of nursing home residents, 2 in 5 kids, and 1 in 3 Americans living in rural areas. That's because, why do I say that? I'm just making that up. So, no, that's because the budget plan includes instructions to cut $880 billion from the House Energy and Commerce Committee. That's the one the House sent over, which oversees Medicaid. The Congressional Budget Office, nonpartisan, said it plainly. It is mathematically impossible to meet that target without cutting Medicaid. This is a plan to cut Medicaid. That's why we have a different vision. You could do a budget, and I see Ron Wyden is here, the highest ranking Democrat on the Finance Committee. He knows what we could do if they would work with us. We could do a budget that would lower costs, not raise them. And how does this raise costs for people? You already see it right now, and they're not doing anything about it. You see the tariffs are going to make it worse, and then you also see what's going on with this budget with Social Security, Medicaid, and the like. We could strengthen Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. Instead of giving a $300,000 tax cut to someone in the top 0.1%, we could invest in childcare, affordable housing, education, and yeah, affordable energy. And at the same time, we could put some aside to bring down the debt. That's how we support working families. That's how we make sure our seniors retire with dignity. So we are standing up all day today to expose this budget for what it really is. It is benefits for the wealthy and the big guys at the expense of everyone else, and that means you. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. I rise today in strong opposition to the President's request to Congress this week to eliminate $9.4 billion in funding that has already been passed and signed into law. Let's say that again. Already passed, signed into law. Anyone that watches Schoolhouse Rock, listens to the song, know how a bill becomes a law? A Republican-led House, at the time a Democratic-led Senate, came together, made an agreement, passed a bill, signed into law by the then president. But this president thinks he can just come in and change everything when it comes to really important things for people in this country that I'm about to get to. That's just not how it works. We got to do our jobs, and people need to stand up and say, this is our part of the job. We make the decisions about the funding. The president can veto them. He can work with us, as we could be doing right now. Instead, it's just a one-pony show. But that's how this place works. So what this proposal would do would gut funding that's already been appropriated for broadcasting, public broadcasting, and slash critical international aid funding, programs that have long had bipartisan support. I'm the daughter of a newspaperman. I care a lot about people getting information, getting news. And right now I care a lot about it in rural America because there has been such a breakdown of news coverage of small newspapers that have folded, in part because we won't do anything about the social media companies, about Facebook and Google and how they're able to use the content without being reimbursed. Just let it sit there as their lobbyists come in and stop it. But while we're doing that, in a lot of these areas now, the only news, the only way for them to find out about what's going on with a storm or what's happening with a wildfire or what's even happening with their local softball team or what's happening with the high school or what business is opening or closing is through these sources of public radio and public TV. Public broadcasting reaches nearly 99% of Americans with free programming, delivering life-saving emergency alerts, vital local news, and shows that talk about what's actually happening locally and what's true and what's happening and what events are going on and when they can attend the school fair, all those kinds of things. But President Trump has decided to try to claw back the money Congress has already provided, I guess, to pay for these tax cuts for the wealthiest, but to try to claw it back for over 1,500 local and regional public TV and radio stations throughout the country. Many of these stations provide free, high-quality programming to millions of households in rural areas. A lot of them don't even have what they need to see it online, and this is actually how they get their news, but even without that, they're in their cars a lot, they have long ways to drive, they get a lot of stuff off the radio. I know that in my state, this would be particularly devastating. We have a lot of rural areas. Minnesota has a long history of public radio and TV programming. Every week, 20 million people across the country listen to the Minnesota public radio programs that were originally produced by Marketplace, right? Since 1967, its award-winning news operation has documented some of the most important stories of our time. Minnesotans coming from Cambodia, what was happening there? It was public radio that was covering that. In 1988, NPR's Main Street Radio produced a documentary called Against the Grain, which gave rural Minnesotans the mic to talk about how they were handling economic change. In 2007, NPR News covered every detail of the collapse of the 35W bridge, which was, of course, also warnings to people about where they had to go, what was happening, what was closed down. They're covering research on dementia, state plans for K-12 education. The legislative session right now, both the public TV and public radio station are diligently covering every single detail of that, while so many other news organizations have gone away or broken down. What do we want to have? No coverage of a city council in Bemidji, Minnesota? We don't want to know what's happening on Main Street? We don't want to know when a flood comes in, what stores are open and when? Why would we decide to cut ourselves off from information at this moment in time? Public TV. It's a place where so many people get their news. 58% of households watch PBS programming in a year. PBS Kids, 15 million monthly viewers of PBS Kids. And yeah, that's right, they don't get exposed to all the advertising, all the stuff they'd see online because they're watching the PBS Kids. I think that's actually a pretty cool thing for our country, that there's a place that kids can watch these programs. Every month, 36 million Americans watch their local PBS. I was just at KMSQ TV in Austin, Minnesota. I'm sure most of the people haven't heard of it, but boy, the people in Austin, it's pretty important. Tens of thousands of people, that's where they get their news. 72% local carry. The former Republican Senate leader in the state Senate, he's on the board, because they know this is a place they can find out about local news or what's happening. It's where they can find out about local news in places like Granite Falls, Minnesota, in places like Bemidji, Minnesota. All across the country, in times of crisis, public radio and TV are essential to public safety. While many other news sources lost power and internet during Hurricane Helene, Asheville's Blue Ridge Public Radio stayed online, bringing life-saving news and information to the over 500,000 people in the region without power. When Hurricane Milton devastated the Tampa area, the local public station, WSF, hosted live call-in shows, aired frequent local news briefings, and maintained a regularly updated live blog with a text-only low bandwidth option to keep residents informed and safe before and after the storm. I have been in so many areas of my state in a time of crisis, of flooding, where you go down there and the mayor in a real small town is sitting there, but he's live streaming on their local public access, because that's the way. Where else are people going to go? Are they going to try 80 different platforms on social media? Are they going to go and try to figure out which local TV station in the Twin Cities, miles away, are maybe showing something every so often about their problems? They go to public access purely for safety's sake, much less for kids seeing really good programming that's free of all the commercial aspects that are coming kids' ways every single day, or the interesting in-depth kind of reporting you can have on a place like Marketplace for what's happening with the economy, or something to listen to when you're driving for hours and hours and hours that doesn't mean endless ads and endless marketing, because you actually get to hear the news, or you actually get to hear some music you like. That's what public TV and public radio do for us. It's a treasure in our country. Public broadcasting creates a more informed community through quality programming on local and national events. And I think it's really going to be important as we debate this in the next few weeks that remember that local part. It shines a light on the people, places, history, and stories that are the fabric of towns and cities, addressing the most pressing issues. We must support these vital resources that give voice to important local issues that wouldn't otherwise be heard. They're going to be lost to history. It's going to be a further erosion of the fabric. So what do people do instead? Oh, go look on Twitter and see if you can protect your kids from a bunch of bad stuff that's on there. I use that. A bunch of us in here, almost all of us, have accounts. It's an important way to reach people. I'm not cutting it down. But I'd much rather have a kid in my state be watching the programming on public radio than looking on social media accounts right now, or be watching it on public TV and listening to the radio. It's a safe space for them to get some programming. The president's request would also deepen the damage this administration has done to our standing in the world through its reckless cuts to foreign aid. Give you one example, the president would impose major cuts to PEPFAR, the program that began under President George W. Bush to prevent the spread of HIV/AIDS. Over many years, this program has earned consistent bipartisan support across 4 administrations and 10 Congresses. It's credited with saving over 25 million lives. These programs not only demonstrate Americans' humanitarian leadership, which certainly helps when you need a friend, when there's a conflict going on abroad, and you can point to things that you did working with other countries. They also are good for our country. We know that you just can't bury your head in the sand and hope that these problems in other countries and diseases aren't heading your way. Whether it's Ebola or malaria or bird flu, oftentimes these things come in from other countries. Pandemic, right? They come in from other countries. So why would we at this moment in time cut off our investments in public health and in food aid and other things that are not only right based on your belief that we're part of this world and your faith or whatever makes you believe that if we can save some lives for a small part of the federal budget in America because we're so good at innovation and we're so good at producing things, and yes, we have some extra food, and yes, we have some rural economy that we want to keep strong, but also just from a purely American selfish version of this. And I don't mean selfish like a bad thing. I mean selfish like looking out for ourselves and our country. You would want to work with the rest of the world so these diseases doesn't come in your doors, or you don't shut out and anger other countries when 90% of our customers, potential customers, are outside of our borders. You want to be able to sell stuff to them. But not if we cut ourselves off from the rest of the world and make fun of them and call them the 51st state. The president's proposed cuts to funding for UNICEF are also misguided. I was one of those kids at Halloween that would go trick-or-treating. I'd have my bag and then this little UNICEF box. So people would put some pennies in, and I learned how much that each of those dimes would mean for food for kids in other countries. We should be at the forefront of supporting brighter futures for children facing the hardships of poverty so the next generation can build strong societies and become close partners with the United States. Think about people that study in our colleges and graduate schools from other countries. Think about what they offer us. Yeah, they pay their way a lot of the time. That helps colleges. But you know what else they do? Sometimes they stay. Sometimes they stay for a few years. Basically, they're getting advanced degrees. They're getting skills that we want them to get. And sometimes we want them to stay in our country. In my mind, we should be stapling a green card to their diplomas. And that is how, when you look at Fortune 500 companies in our country and who's headed it up, a huge amount of them are immigrants or kids of immigrants that were educated in our country. That's such a big part of our economy and our advantage across the world. Why would we be cutting off? Or they go back to their home countries and say, you know, I kind of liked it there. They start a business, then they do business with our country. That's how this has worked. American businesses need access to emerging markets. Many countries that have received U.S. assistance have become important American trading partners. The connection between foreign assistance and American prosperity is especially clear in agriculture. America has proudly fed the world for decades, and food aid has been a critical component of that effort. Food aid is a significant market for American farmers, purchasing over $4.25 billion in American commodities from 20 to 24. Minnesota's farmers and ag businesses sold a total of $70 million in ag products to USAID's Food for Peace program in 2024 alone. Continuing this aid should not be a partisan issue. It never has, or we never would have gotten it done for all these years. It has been completely bipartisan. Some people come at it, as I said, because of their faith and their belief in helping the world. Some people come at it in terms of economics and think this is how we help people, and then this opened the markets for us. Some people come at it from a security standpoint, which I mentioned with health, but also applies in other ways. If you help people and you are their friends, it can lead to good things down the line. Mr. President, cutting funding for this international aid, not to mention cutting ourselves off from the information we need, especially in rural areas that so often in news deserts rely on public radio and public TV for their information, is sending our democracy backwards at a time when we are completely connected and should be connected to the rest of the world. These investments, compared to the rest of the federal budget, aren't as big, but their influence in the immediate and in the long term is immense. They strengthen our country at home and strengthen American leadership around the world. This is a test of our values, yeah, but it is also economically the right thing to do. To keep a fragmented country that is ever divided, someone on the same plane by their kids having a public TV program to watch and learn from their community being able to tune in and watch a local sports game, or able to get their news about what happened on their city council and talk about it the next day. So one person says, I don't know what happened. I read this on Facebook. And the other person says, no, that's not true. I actually saw the local news in Austin, and I saw what it said on our local public TV network. They don't even maybe know what that is, but they know what it is, and this is what I found out. That's how people can come to some common agreement about what's happening in our world, and there's no better place to start than on a local level, which is why when you talk to Republican or Democratic mayors or city council members, they'll tell you, if we don't have that, how are we ever going to debate this levy proposal? How are we ever going to get people to understand why we have to make a decision about the school and whether we close it down or whether we expand it or whether we close another school down? How are they ever going to have that without a public access station? In this day and age, this idea that what are we going to do? Just expect everyone to go out when they've got 3 kids, they're supposed to go out to every single meeting and watch it themselves? Or they're supposed to rely that maybe it's going to get the right information on Twitter, but they're not sure if that person's telling the truth or that person's telling the truth? Or we are going to give them the first front line of information, which is what C-SPAN does, by the way, which is why Senator Grassley and I are trying to make sure that we get that C-SPAN on platforms like YouTube, owned by Google, by Hulu, owned by Disney, in the modern day. And same thing here. I want to make sure there are some sources where people can gather and look at this news and know they're getting something quality, know they're getting something either that entertains them with music without every single song having an ad in the middle of it, and that they're able to get the news they need to be good citizens of this great country. That's what's on the line with these rescissions. I yield the floor.
Senator from the great state of Minnesota.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum call?
No, we are not.
Okay, Mr. President, I rise today to speak in strong opposition to the recently revealed Senate congressional budget bill. I will note that this is a 940-page bill that was just put out there at midnight. For me, that was a moment because, one, I realized that nothing has changed in terms of the proposal. It's actually added to the debt. And two, from about $3.4 trillion to one analysis says $4 trillion, and it actually adds more Medicaid cuts, another $100 billion, up to $900 billion in Medicaid cuts. Those are the top lines. I don't think anyone's had time to look at every single detail of that bill. But for me, it meant something else. That meant that I knew that I was going to stay here along with my colleague, Senator Smith, and because we have a job to do that is really important on this budget. But it was hard to not go home and grieve for one of my very good and beloved friends, Melissa Hortman, and her husband, Mark, whose funeral was held today in our state. And I would have been there in person because of the gravity of the legislation we are considering today, but I was able to watch it online. One of the things that I most remember and will always remember from that funeral, in addition to the beauty of it, in addition to the trees and the bushes that awaited the guests outside, because Melissa loved the beauty of the world and cared a lot about the world around her, but it was the words of our Archbishop, Archbishop Hebda. It was a very religious service, full Mass. My husband got to be there and take part in that Mass. But Archbishop Hebda said at the close of the ceremony, he quoted the new Pope, Pope Leo, who recently said that politics is one of the greatest forms of charity. Melissa always believed that. She believed that in how she lived her life and got things done for people, whether it was school lunches or better paid family leave or more fairness for people in our state. She believed that to her core, and her husband did too. When their kids wrote just a few days after their parents were murdered by a madman, their two kids in their 20s, one is going to get married in December. His fiance was there. Melissa was planning the wedding. They asked people to make the world just a little bit better. They said, plant a tree, pet a dog, hopefully a golden retriever, because they love dogs so much. Do something small or big. So I figure that's what we're going to be doing the next few days. And this is big. But it's something that's going to make a difference to people in this country if we don't do something about this bill right now. What does this bill do? It kicks 16 million people off their health care. 16 million people off their health care. In order to finance tax cuts for the wealthiest, in order to give multimillionaires a $400,000 tax cut, that doesn't make the world a better place. Adding $4 trillion in debt, $1 trillion of it is interest, which is going to make mortgage rates go up. It's going to make it harder for young people to be able to maybe get their first house or pay their rent. It's putting it on their backs. It's putting it on their shoulders. That's why I don't see this as a big, beautiful bill. I see this as a big, beautiful betrayal of the hardworking people of this country. Why are our colleagues scrambling to get this done in 2 days just because the president sets a deadline and says, jump, and they say, how high? Why are they always rubber stamping things that they don't actually believe in? We still know this newest draft, the 940 pages that no one's really read. We know that the bill still rips away health care from millions of Americans and closes hundreds of rural hospitals. It still shifts costs to states and threatens food assistance for families across the country. It still adds trillions of dollars to the federal debt. People in this country, the more they hear about this, the more they don't like it. A Fox News poll recently, 60% of the people don't like it. 2 to 1 people say this isn't going to help me, it's going to help wealthy people. People on Medicaid, they don't want to lose access to health care. 1 out of 2 people in assisted living are actually on Medicaid. You know, when my dad was in assisted living, he had some savings. He was married 3 times, so a lot of that money had gone away. Better for talk about another time. But I knew the exact day that that savings was going to run out. I knew the exact saving day because I was going to move him over to a Catholic Charities place that actually took Medicaid, because that was the day that his Medicaid would kick in. And it gave me some solace, even though he was in a place that didn't take Medicaid, that I had a plan for him. I had a place for him to go. He worked hard his whole life. Grew up in a hardscrabble mining town. He deserved to have the end of his life be a life of dignity. This is not what the American people voted for. When I get out to rural Minnesota, I visit all of 87 counties every single year. I've done 49 so far, so I've been in a lot of our rural counties in the last 6 months. They are scared to death of what this is going to do to rural hospitals, because the debt is so huge in this bill, it actually triggers some rules on Medicare that will cut $500 billion in Medicare. In addition to the Medicaid cuts I already laid out, which are now up to $900 billion. That's devastating for rural hospitals. It's projected 300 rural hospitals will close. This is the lifeline for people in rural America. When they get something, a very, very serious illness, yeah, they'll go to another hospital in a maybe bigger area, bigger town, metro area. But when they need emergency care, unless they're going to get a helicopter coming in to get them, or they break a leg, and there's a lot of people working outside in rural areas, farming, logging, you name it, they need to have a local hospital there. They need to have local doctors there. There is no avoiding the facts. 16 million people cut off health care, closing over 300 rural hospitals and 500 nursing homes across the country. Republicans want to say the updated text will help rural providers with additional funding, but the bill is now making over $900 billion in cuts instead of the $800 billion when it comes to health care. I've heard from a working mom of 2 whose parents rely on Medicaid for health care. She told me she doesn't think it's fair to shift the cost of care to families like her to pay for tax cuts for the wealthy. Duh. She said we need to draw the line and say this is enough. I have heard from so many people across my state about the food assistance cuts. 4 million people off of food assistance. You know what the vast majority of people on food assistance? Veterans, seniors, people with little kids, old people. Those are the people on food assistance. Grocery stores. In rural areas, you may have 1 grocery store in a town, more likely in a county, more likely in 4 counties. They are operating already, many of them are independent groceries, on thin change. You make these kind of thin margins, you make these kinds of cuts, to SNAP, the results are going to be that you're going to lose these grocery stores. As ranking member of the Senate Ag Committee, I have heard over and over again from farmers who are already facing headwinds. The Trump tariffs, they don't have markets now that they had markets before. the cuts to the international food assistance that we were always so proud of in this country. That was other organizations buying American farmers' food. The input costs, what's happening with avian flu and other things, and now you add this. This is food that's produced by American farmers when you cut $200 billion, as the Senate bill does, from the SNAP program. The Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office has confirmed that the Senate bill would end SNAP for 2.9 million Americans, including over nearly a million seniors and 270,000 veterans. The bill passed by the House would add $3.4 trillion, as I noticed, to the national debt, and this Senate bill is now up to $4 trillion. And it uses this funky budgeting, which, let me just explain it an easy way. It's called baseline budgeting. Everyone that looks at this from the outside says, this is a $4 trillion debt adder. But they use something where they say, okay, let's say, the Washington Post did this today. You go to a movie and you buy a movie ticket, let's say it's $10. Then you get some pop, then you do that 1 week, and then, because you want to see that F1 movie, the new movie, then 2 weeks later, you go and you want to see it again, but you get some popcorn for $5, small popcorn for $5. Okay, instead of saying you're paying your $10 for the ticket and your $5 for the popcorn, they say, oh, it's only $5, because that's how much it went up over the last few weeks. That's the funky budgeting. That's the joke. That's the faux budgeting that's going on the other side. $4 trillion in 10 years. That is what it costs. This is not what Americans voted for. The president promised to lower costs and stand up for the middle class. This bill does the opposite. It raises costs. It takes from working people to pad the pockets of the wealthy. And that is why this bill is so unpopular. Whether it is a mom from Louisiana whose son has Down syndrome and counts on Medicaid, or a bus driver from Kansas, like the one I met, who uses SNAP to feed her kids, the American people are speaking out against this bill. We will have the weekend to fight this bill. And I think people in the middle of the summer, maybe they're not tuned in, but they better tune in, because we should be protecting health care, not taking it away, defending food assistance, not raising grocery costs. We should not be giving tax breaks to the wealthy. We should be helping out the middle class and hardworking Americans. That's what our job should be. It's not what this bill is. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Minnesota.
Mr. President, I rise today along with my colleagues from Illinois and from Wisconsin, and you just heard from Senator Baldwin, about the effect of this budget bill on the Midwest. I guess I'd start by asking the same questions that our colleague, Senator Tillis, who just announced he wasn't going to seek re-election after the president threatened him with a primary, and after he took a vote and had the audacity to ask the questions that had to be asked about this bill. And you heard him today. He talked about how he had talked to the hospital association in his state, how he had talked to the governor's office, how he had gotten the actual data on the effects of Medicaid in North Carolina. And then he asked the questions, how hard is it to see the impact of these proposals? And he asked, what's wrong with putting a little daylight on what's going on here? So that's what I'm going to do in my few minutes here. Put a little Midwestern daylight on what's going on here. That is that under this bill, 17 million people would be kicked off their health care because of the Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act changes. That was 16 million people until we got the updated numbers from the Congressional Budget Office. That's a nonpartisan group. It also drives $4 trillion in debt. It used to be 3.4. Now it's up to $4 trillion. And what will that mean? That will mean big time in the Midwest, where I have so many of my own constituents wanting to buy their first house. It's going to mean major increased interest rates. It's going to mean difficulty in buying all kinds of things for which you would take out loans, or for small businesses. All for giving a bunch of tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires, $400,000 for multi-millionaires. Our colleagues are going to raise costs and take health care and food away from millions of Americans. So my colleagues have talked about, Senator Baldwin and Senator Durbin talked about the effect that this bill has in the Midwest when it comes to health care, the closing of the rural hospitals. The Midwest has a huge number of these rural hospitals, about half of them that be forecast to close. She talked about the Medicaid cuts. So I'm going to talk about a different piece of this, and this is the impact of cuts to food assistance. There is no avoiding the facts. Here they are. About a month ago, the House passed a budget bill, as you know, that cut nutrition assistance by nearly $300 billion. It put the country on track to eliminate SNAP for 4 million Americans and reduce benefits for millions more. I was hopeful that we would go in another direction. And while there were some changes made by the Republicans on the Agriculture Committee that I appreciated, it still amounts to over $185 billion in cuts from the SNAP program. And let me remind you that the vast majority of people on SNAP are older Americans, people with kids, veterans, people with disabilities. We were just out on the Senate steps with a number of those people and the groups that they represent and faith leaders talking about this very subject. Why them? Why give tax cuts to the wealthy on their backs? We know that the impact of the big, beautiful betrayal of a bill will be even more stark in the Midwest. In the Midwest, here are some examples. Americans use SNAP benefits. Nearly 155,000 people in Nebraska. And let's face it, that is not the biggest population state, but 155,000 Nebraskans use SNAP. About 190,000 people in Kansas, 260,000 people in Iowa, 660,000 people in Missouri, 700,000 people in the state of Wisconsin. Senator Baldwin just talked about the impact of health care there, but 700,000 people in my neighbors in Wisconsin. Nearly 1.5 million people in Michigan use SNAP. And in Minnesota, 450,000. So yes, those people will be affected greatly by this faux shift to the state. And unfortunately, while we tried to fight part of this, the state shift, we were not able to get that changed in the last few days. This means certain states, I'm just going to give you some examples, hundreds of millions of dollars are supposed to shift over to states in the Midwest when 41 of the 50 states in our country have balanced budget amendments. So what are they supposed to do? Cut infrastructure? Cut law enforcement? When the majority of these cuts, and this is why this is such funny math, are shifts to the states. And it's why governors, especially in the Midwest, Governor Kelly in the state of Kansas has been speaking out big time on this, why they are so concerned about these shifts. In addition, and this is not something everyone thinks about when they think about SNAP, but we think about it big time in the Midwest, farmers and grocers. Over a third of America's farmland is located in the Midwest. That includes more than 722,000 farm operations, which is more than 1/3 of farms nationwide. So why would farmers care about this? Well, they will lose revenue because Americans won't be able to buy their products. And that loss, that's a SNAP program, right? It buys food from America, just like international organizations were buying food from America with USAID. That's been cut. Or the Trump tariffs, which dry up markets in places all over the world because of retaliatory tariffs. That's hitting our farmers. Input costs, inflation, you name it. And now this on top of it. In addition, this is going to be a big hit to our grocers. In many rural counties throughout the Midwest, their independent grocery store is the lone grocer in the country, in the county. So in 76 counties nationwide, they don't even have a single grocery store. And half of those are in the Midwest. I recently visited an employee-owned grocery store in rural Long Prairie, Minnesota. Population, 3,600. Businesses like that operate on tight margins, and they usually serve not just that county, as you could see from the numbers I just provided you, but with the surrounding counties, or they may be the only one in town. Businesses like that, the cuts to SNAP, it's pretty significant because that's sometimes the margin on which they're able to stay alive as a business. This would make it harder and more expensive for those grocery stores. It could put them out of business, that's for sure. That's what the grocery stores believe. But it also hurts the individual people in their areas because in the rural areas, you have an overwhelming number of seniors, you've got an overwhelming number of veterans, and you have just an overwhelming number of the people who are using these kinds of grocery stores. So SNAP supports hundreds of thousands of jobs and billions of dollars in wages at these independent grocers, farms, other industries, including more than 1,700 jobs in Nebraska, more than 1,900 jobs in Kansas, more than 2,600 jobs in Iowa, more than 7,000 jobs in Missouri, more than 6,000 jobs in Wisconsin, more than 13,000 jobs in Michigan, more than 4,000 jobs in Minnesota. We know that from farmers and truckers to local grocers, for every dollar invested in SNAP, about $1.50 of economic activity is generated nationwide. For many Midwesterners, this bill would make the difference between having a grocery store in their region or not. I mentioned the shift of billions of dollars of cost to states that will blow holes through the state budget. They won't be able to afford it. And sadly, our Republican colleagues know this because 44 states have this balanced budget rule. And they're going to be forced to choose between paying the cost for food and paying for critical services. That is why 23 Democratic governors, all of them, just laid out in a letter to Congress. These cuts don't just increase state costs, they make it nearly impossible for states to effectively plan for these long-term budget impacts. Those are governors from Kentucky, with Governor Beshear, to Arizona, with Governor Hobbs. Across the entire nation, we heard from these governors. Not to mention the governors such as Governor Pritzker in Illinois and Governor Walz in Minnesota and Governor Kelly in Kansas and Governor Whitmer in Michigan. Based on 2023 figures, ready for this? The House and Senate version of this bill would shift, and it varies because the bills are different, but this is how much money we're talking to, between $16 million and $49 million onto the state of Nebraska, between $61 million and $101 million in costs onto Kansas. Imagine the budget. And there's suddenly, oh, you got to do an extra $60 million. Too bad you have a balanced budget amendment. Up to $26 million in costs onto Iowa, between $225 million and $376 million onto the state budget in Missouri, up to $68 million in costs onto Wisconsin, where Governor Evers was also a signator of this letter, between $456 and $761 million in costs onto Michigan, and between $43 million and $128 million in costs onto Minnesota. And those numbers are on top of an increased administrative cost shift to states. It used to be 50-50, now it's 75-25. Hello, states, you with strapped budgets, we're now making you pay 75% of administrative costs, which would make it even harder for states to invest in the staff training and upgraded financial systems that would make the program more sound and reduce payment errors. It's not just the state budgets that will be affected. In many states, including Minnesota and Wisconsin, it is counties rather than the states that run the SNAP program. So I had a visit from some of the rural counties, and they talk about living off a margin, a thin margin, trying to help their taxpayers, trying to get this done. In states like Minnesota and Wisconsin that believe in strong local government, big surprise, our states and a number of other sort of states with bigger rural areas have decided we'd rather have the counties do this. So now these cost shifts will go directly to these county governments, and you would not believe the numbers of what they would have to do to increase their taxes in these rural counties. They said, we can't do that. So if that happens, they will have to raise their local property taxes or cut county services. In the past, we have said that if you're raising kids or taking care of an older relative, we're going to help you feed your family, even if you don't have a job. This reconciliation bill would change that. It would withhold food assistance from families raising kids over the age of 13 and adults 55 and up if they don't meet the new requirements. The Senate bill also eliminates an existing exemption for veterans, homeless people, and former foster youth, an exemption my Republican colleagues supported in the Fiscal Responsibility Act just 2 years ago. So this is a shift among the party. The Republican Party actually said this was a good idea to have exemptions for vets and homeless people and former foster youth. Not anymore. These are people who are already struggling, veterans who have sacrificed to serve our country. I believe that when our veterans signed up to serve, there wasn't a waiting line, and when they're in this country and they need help with food, or they need a job, or they need a home, there shouldn't be a waiting line in the United States of America. So everyone that I've talked to about this, just as Senator Tillis was saying about Medicaid in North Carolina, and I've spent time on this. I visit all 87 counties in my state every year. I'm up to 49. So I've been able to talk to people who aren't political, who are Republicans, talk to people I just run into in rural grocery stores, in the vegetable line. I mean, I have talked to a ton of people. And what they have said to the store managers, to the food shelf volunteers, to those that take SNAP, this isn't a good idea. That's what the public opinion polls say. Fox News poll, 60% of people say this bill is a bad idea. 2 to 1 say it's going to help wealthy people and not them. Well, they're right about that. This is a betrayal of the middle class, and it only takes 4 of our colleagues, and 4 in the House, by the way, to stand up and say, we need to rewrite this thing. Let's start over. With that, I yield the floor.
I recognize the senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I make a point of order that the pending measure contains an unfunded intergovernmental mandate, and thus it violates Section 425A2 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974. In nutrition assistance alone, this bill shifts tens of billions of dollars onto the states, creating chaos for state budgets and hardship for families. CBO score for this bill says this: the non-tax provisions of the substitute amendment would impose intergovernmental and private sector mandates as defined in the Unfunded Mandates Reform Act, and that the SNAP cost shift provisions would impose the largest intergovernmental mandate. Seriously, the largest shift in this whole bill, the largest unfunded mandate, is on the backs of kids and veterans and seniors and people with disabilities. $64 billion over to the states. 44 of them have balanced budget amendments. You know they can't pay for this. It's hurting local grocery stores. It's hurting our farmers. And it's all done to pay for tax cuts to the wealthy. I say to our colleagues, vote for families over billionaires, vote for fiscal sanity over this big, beautiful betrayal, and vote yes, this is an unfunded mandate.
I recognize the senator from Arkansas.
I rise to waive the point of order raised by my colleague from Minnesota. I urge my colleagues to vote to waive the point of order. In 2023, the SNAP payment error exceeded 11%, amounting to more than $10 billion in misspent taxpayer dollars. This underscores the need for stronger state accountability in administering this program. This title incentivizes states to be a better steward of taxpayer dollars, to use resources that are prioritized for those most in need. If a state's payment error is below 6%, that state is exempt from any share of the cost of SNAP benefits. This is a reasonable approach that will help preserve the integrity and long-term sustainability of the program. There is ample time for the states to adjust, plan, and budget for this to take effect in 2028. States can also work to lower their payment error rate over the next couple of years so that they would be exempt from the match altogether. I move to waive the point of order for the consideration of the pending legislation and ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President, I rise today in strong opposition to the President's request that Congress take away money for public broadcasting and for our own security in foreign assistance that had already been passed and signed into law on a bipartisan basis with a Republican-led House, a Democratic-led Senate at the time, and worked out all the details. Yes, compromises, not a dirty word, made. And now look what's happening. And this clawback doesn't just eliminate funding for, say, NPR, PBS. The primary impact of that part of the funding cuts is going to be on local radio and TV. 1,500 local public media stations across the country that receive 70% of this funding, jeopardizing these stations that provide local community services. Stripping this funding is an attack on these local stations, yes, but it is the communities. I know, because I know some of my communities that rely on these stations. Grand Marais, Minnesota, the very tip of our state, the tip of Minnesota. Do you think all these other stations are covering the Canadian wildfires hourly? They do, because of the smoke, and people need to know the air quality when they're making decisions about what they're going to do that day or the next day. Do you think people know when on Highway 61 there's a tree over the road, or there's been a deer that's been hit by a car and No, they hear it on WTIP. Or in Bemidji, Minnesota, which has had some really, really difficult storms lately that took down so many structures and houses. They are able to get the kind of news that they need on that station. Their newspaper is now, for the most part, online, and so they need these TV and radio stations that give them the information that they need. I've had several Republicans from my state write me, former state legislators who are on the boards of these TVs. They also view it as a way of the local TV station in Austin, Minnesota. The former Republican leader in the state Senate is on the board. I visited with him recently when I was down there, and this is the place in Austin, Albert Lee area near the Iowa border, where they're able to get their unique news that gathers people together, that brings them together. And then there's the emergency alerts. Earlier this month, we were tragically reminded of the importance of this. Texas, New Mexico, the fires in Arizona. We rely on this information in local communities to know what to do and what's safe. This isn't a partisan issue. 77% of Republicans and 78% of Democrats report relying on public radio for emergency alerts and news. That's part of the reason why for a half a century we have agreed on a bipartisan basis in the U.S. Senate to invest in public broadcasting. Yet now, congressional Republicans are using a partisan process to rubber stamp the president's unchecked power and rip away these resources, despite the fact that the American people support this on a 2-to-1 margin. I think about these stations in Duluth, in Granite Falls, in Austin, and every week 20 million people across the country actually listen to radio programs that were started out of our local Minnesota Public Radio, maybe Prairie Home Companion. They're listening to some of those former broadcasts, and they make them smile, and they make seniors feel happy when they're alone in the assisted living. Or maybe Marketplace, that also started in my state, and they're able to get the facts. They're able to get news about what's happening with the economy and interesting stories. I think a constituent of mine said it best. Public media serves us in many ways. We live in the middle of the country. We only watch PBS and listen to public radio, which provides local news coverage, arts programs, and thoughtful discussions on a wide variety of topics, in their words, without loud argument or obnoxious advertising. It provides information on local disasters, such as we recently experienced here in Bemidji. That's where Paul Bunyan is from, or that's where the statue is. Because of the reporting done on that devastating event, we were able to learn what was happening to the people and how we could help. We must support these vital resources that give voice to important local issues. In addition, the reckless cuts to foreign aid and development assistance play a critical role in promoting U.S. economic and national security by stabilizing volatile regions and decreasing the likelihood of U.S. troops being sent into battle. Helping our friends and allies, yes, it's the right thing to do, but it's also smart for us to do at home. I have, with Republican members of our congressional delegation in Minnesota, stood up together at press conferences to make sure we keep sending foreign aid, this is in the last 5 years, to Somalia, because we know the threat if we just close our eyes to what our terrorist forces trying to go up in leadership and take over regions of these countries, we know what happens. But if we just turn our back, you're going to find out what does happen. And it's not pretty, and it is not good for the United States of America. And it's certainly not good in our back and forth that we have with China and China's continuing investment in other parts of the world, whether it is infrastructure in Africa or sending food to countries in need. This rescission would also weaken our global health programs. These programs not only show humanitarian leadership, they also keep us safe. You can't just put your head in the sand and hope that Ebola doesn't come your way, which we were able to at least limit its horrific spread by the work that we did overseas. Or bird flu, we've seen what happened there. Or what's happening right now in the southern border with screwworm. We are having this debate as we are seeing the grave results of dismantling USAID. In the midst of an intensifying war in Ukraine, the rescission would also drastically cut funding from the account that provides economic assistance to our partners. You think about the president's work in the Mideast, and the potential for extending the Abraham Accords and the potential for a peace deal there, well, that is not going to be helped if we cut off the foreign aid to some of our only allies that are in the region, countries like Jordan. Foreign aid is about demonstrating leadership and compassion, but it is also about security. To conclude, as a daughter of a newspaperman, I know how important public media and the free press are to strengthening our democracy. Hacking away at public broadcasting and international aid is not just short-sighted, it's dangerous. These investments are relatively small in cost, yet immense in impact. They strengthen our country and strengthen our leadership. And we ask our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to look at what this means for our role in the world. We have 3 independent branches of government. We have a process that, just as Senator Murray is here, that Senator Collins and Senator Murray showed just last week, can be bipartisan, where we agree on budget amounts going forward. We have the power of the purse. We're Article 1 in the Constitution, and we better show our power instead of just being rolled and being members over there who are rubber stamping this president. Stand up and do your job. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. President, I rise today to talk about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. I have addressed this before, but today I rise with a message that is both straightforward and urgent. Humanitarian aid must immediately reach the civilian population in Gaza. As one pediatric doctor, the leader of the ward at Nasser Hospital in southern Gaza, said, "There is no one in Gaza now outside the scope of famine, not even myself." This is the pediatrician who leads the ward. He says, "I am speaking to you as a health official, but I too am searching for flour to feed my family." As the New York Times notes, the World Food Program, an arm of the United Nations, said this week that the hunger crisis in Gaza has reached, in their words, new and astonishing levels of desperation, with 1/3, that's right, 1/3 of the population now eating for multiple days in a row. If you could ask our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to tell them this is an important matter.
Give order, please.
The suffering we are seeing every day is unacceptable. More measures can be and must be taken to allow Palestinian families to access basic necessities. Those include food, medicine, and shelter. At the same time, we must focus on achieving a ceasefire as soon as possible, one that would release hostages held by Hamas and allow displaced Palestinians to return home. Ultimately, what so many of us want to see is a lasting peace and a two-state solution. But that cannot happen when people are starving. As we pursue that goal, however, it is clear that the system for distributing aid that is now in place, run by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, is nowhere near adequate. Yesterday, more than 100 non-governmental organizations issued an urgent call to action, including CARE, Mercy Corps, Oxfam, Save the Children, and so many more. Acute malnutrition is rising. Hundreds of Palestinians have been killed in recent weeks while seeking food. Most in the vicinity of Gaza Humanitarian Foundation distribution sites and others on the routes of aid convoys. This is simply unacceptable. Since the collapse of the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas in March, the humanitarian situation has only worsened. Many of us have advocated repeatedly for a change in course. In May, I joined 24 of my colleagues to call on President Trump to press for the immediate resumption of neutral and impartial humanitarian assistance, access, and distribution that fully meets the needs of innocent Palestinian civilians in Gaza. That same month, more than 40 colleagues and I sponsored a resolution calling for the urgent delivery of additional aid to Gaza. And a few weeks ago, when Prime Minister Netanyahu and his delegation visited the Senate to meet with a bipartisan group of senators, I attended. And I attended for one reason, in my capacity as number 3 in the Democratic leadership. And that was to raise the issue of the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. And I did that. I expressed my strong opposition to cutting off vital humanitarian aid, arguing that more aid groups should be allowed into Gaza at more entry points, and also conveyed my opposition to the continued displacement of Palestinians. And I say to my colleagues, you can support the people of Israel. You can be horrified and condemn, as all of us did, the terrorist attack. but we cannot continue to allow people to starve. I believe U.S. diplomacy must focus on an urgent return to a ceasefire, the release of remaining hostages held by Hamas, and an increase in humanitarian aid to the Palestinians. And following a ceasefire, we must pursue steps to end the war, establish post-war security and government arrangements in Gaza, and ultimately, as I noted, reach a two-state solution, an outcome I have long supported, and a view I have conveyed in the past strongly to Israeli and Palestinian leadership in meetings here in Washington, D.C., in meetings in Israel, and a meeting in the West Bank. In the immediate term, lives are being lost on a daily basis, kids, innocents, and the government of Israel must change course. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
From Minnesota.
Mr. President, I want to thank the Senator from Nevada for her work in trying to bring these bills to a vote on the floor. I want to thank Senator Grassley, the chairman of the Judiciary Committee. I want to thank Senator Durbin, who is there, the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, someone who has, by the way, been a leading voice on immigration for years in this chamber. And one of the things I don't understand here is that we have committees for a reason, and we have hearings for a reason. And you can't do one thing on Police Week and not show up and not object and let these bills go through and then say another a few weeks later in a big speech on the floor. So I like to show up at the markups, and I like to make my case. And I will note that Senator Booker objected to my police reauthorization bill, the COPS funding, the Clinton COPS funding, long before Donald Trump came into office. So this is not just about this. This is a long dispute over this type of funding. Funding that I think is really important right now. Our country's law enforcement professionals do some of the hardest and most important work out there. Every day across America, we ask them to put everything on the line to keep us safe. We ask them to run towards danger and to guide others to safety. And every day across America, they put on their uniforms, their bulletproof vests, their badges, and they get to work. We need to have their backs, and that's what this package of bills does. By the way, bills supported out of the committee from some of the most liberal senators and some of the most conservative senators in this body. We came together. There were bills we would have liked to include that we did not. And if the objection is based on some of this horror show that's going on out of the White House, I agree with that piece of Senator Booker's points. And I have been equally vociferous in taking on this administration. But all of these bills came out of the committee unanimously, and I think they deserve that support on the floor. These bills help fund grants for mental health services for law enforcement. And by the way, if this issue, which I agree with Senator Booker on, about that all these states should be treated the same, well, then I suppose then he will be voting against all of this funding for New Jersey unless this is changed. So we should be watching for that for every single vote instead of just these bills that are in front of us that were supported unanimously out of committee. Grants that help law enforcement combat child sexual exploitation. Grants to help address the recruitment and retention crisis that is plaguing local law enforcement. Senator Cortez Masto's bill, as she explained, would help support the families of fallen law enforcement officers who were targeted and attacked because of their service as law enforcement. My bill, which has been now objected to, so I'm not going to mention it separately or ask for it to be called up separately. My bill, the Retired Law Enforcement Officers Continuing Service Act, done with Senator Grassley, would make sure that law enforcement agencies can continue to utilize the skills that talented law enforcement retirees have built up over their career of public service. There are many retired law enforcement officers who want an active retirement and are eager and ready to serve their community. This might sound like small ball, but when we are looking at how we're going to build up these police agencies, when we don't have enough police, when they're out there at these scenes getting shot at, we've got to be creative in terms of the ideas. And I believe strongly we're going to see another president in the future. We're going to see out of these next elections a check on some of this. But for now, I want to get these programs started. This bill would allow law enforcement agencies across the country to keep using their expertise to review video footage, to solve carjacking cases, or help cyber and financial crime investigations. This bill will also help train the next generation of law enforcement officers. These and the other police bills passed during Police Week, while those police officers are sitting there in the hearing room, when no one objected, they are bipartisan, common sense legislation. They passed the Judiciary Committee unanimously. And I can't help it if someone couldn't change their schedule to be there. I think that these hearings should mean something, and that people should be saying the same thing they say on Police Week when those people are sitting out there in the uniforms who have lost loved ones, as they say on this Senate floor. If we expect law enforcement to respond to some of the most difficult crises at a moment's notice, it's on us to set them up for success. I was there at the National Mall where it rained the entire night, and not a family wasn't there when they thought it was going to be a nicer day. And that was this year on the National Mall to honor those fallen heroes, the Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Candlelight Vigil. Every single officer whose name was read that night was a beloved family member and a friend to so many, including 3 from my state. There was Officer Jamal Mitchell, who was shot and killed in the line of duty just last June, and Officers Paul Elmstead and Matthew Ruge, who along with firefighter paramedic Adam Finseth were killed responding to a domestic violence call in Burnsville, Minnesota. They were called to duty, they answered the call. They actually got 7 kids out of this house and saved their lives. And then one was gunned down. The paramedic came in to try to save him. He was gunned down. And I will never forget hearing from Burnsville Police Sergeant Adam Medlicott, who was there with the 3 fallen first responders when they answered the call. He said of his fallen comrades, "We were there for 7 children. Nothing could be more honorable." He is absolutely right. You can't teach that kind of heroism. Our brave law enforcement professionals deserve to know that the resources they rely on will be there when they need them. And I hope we can work some of this out. I completely agree with Senator Booker about what this administration is doing. But you can't just pick out a few bills that came out of a committee and say, I'm going to stop those, and then allow for other bills that fund other parts of your budget in your state. Thank you.
Senator from New Jersey.
I was just called out by name, and I want to respond. This is what frustrates me. I've passed numerous pieces of legislation for our police officers. I partnered with Chuck Grassley, the incredible senator from Iowa, on a bill very similar to the one I support about police officers who fall in the line of duty. In this case, it was COVID. Police officers who got COVID and died had difficulty proving it was a line of duty death. We passed that legislation to make sure those families get the benefits. I've worked in bipartisan ways and within my own party to make sure we get resources to our police officers. I don't need lectures about the urgency of this. One of my childhood best friends, a police officer in a small town in New Jersey, after a hard day's work, before he even went home to see his family, died by suicide. I don't need somebody implying in any way that this is not vital to me and my state, that we have resources for our police officers. That's why I support this package. That's why I'm a co-sponsor of some of the bills in this package. But what I am tired of is when the President of the United States of America violates the Constitution, trashes our norms and traditions. And what does the Democratic Party do? Comply? Allow him? Beg for scraps? No, I demand justice. Somebody's implying that this to me is not about resources for my state. I will fight for Jersey every day, every night. And when it comes to the police officers of my state, anybody who implies that something is going on other than my allegiance and fealty to the safety, strength, and protection of my police officers because they protect me and everybody in this body. This is a call, folks. The Democratic Party needs a wake-up call. I see law firms bending a knee to this president, not caring about the larger principles, that those free speech rights, that you could take on any client, why are you bending the knee? I see universities that should be bastions of free speech bending at the knee to this president. I see businesses taking late-night talk show hosts off the air because they dare to insult a president. I see people who want mergers suddenly think that they have to pay tribute to this president. And what are the very people here elected to defend the Constitution of the United States saying, oh, well, today, let's look the other way and pass some resources that won't go to Connecticut, that won't go to Illinois, that won't go to New York, that will go to the states he likes. That is complicity with an authoritarian leader who is trashing our Constitution. It's time for Democrats to have a backbone. It's time for us to fight. It's time for us to draw lines. And when it comes to the safety of my state being denied these grants, that's why I'm standing here. Don't question my integrity. Don't question my motives. I'm standing for Jersey. I am standing for my police officers. I'm standing for the Constitution, and I'm standing for what's right. And dear God, if you want to come at me that way, you're going to have to take it up with me, because there's too much on the line right now in America. As people's due process rights and freedom of the speech rights and secret police are running around this country, picking people up off the streets who have a legal right to be here. There's too much going on in this country. When are we going to stand together for principles that I just heard that we're agreed with? When are we going to stand together? If we don't stand as Democrats, we deserve to lose. But if we stand united, if we stand strong, if we stand with other people, if we tell with a chorus of conviction in America what this president is doing is wrong, if we stand up and speak that way, dear God, we will win. Like all of those people that are ancestors who joined hands together and said, we shall overcome. No, not on my watch. I'm protecting Jersey today. I'm protecting our Constitution today. I'm standing today.
Mr. President.
The senator from Minnesota.
Madam President, I have 7 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Thank you. Madam President, as my colleague from Delaware just noted, we are here today because Republicans have created a healthcare crisis for millions of Americans. And like the senator from Delaware, I am someone that works across the aisle all the time. I have one of the best records for bipartisan bills, and I think that's an important part of our governing, and that is to find common ground. You don't always pick your neighbors, but you find a way to live next to your neighbors. You find a way to work with them. And what is so unfortunate about what's going on tonight is that didn't happen here. There was no crossing over the fence with some coffee for the neighbors to try to have a meeting, to try to work this out. In fact, it was Senator Schumer and Leader Jeffries that had a request time and time again that got canceled on a meeting with the president. There is still time to continue to negotiate, but not if they're just going to say, hey, this healthcare thing, it's not a problem. Well, maybe we can deal with it in December. First of all, who would believe that when Donald Trump just decides one thing one day or posts something on Truth Social and then everyone changes what they agreed to, which has happened time and time again. So that's one reason it's not reality unless he's at the table. Number 2, it's not reality because this is not a December problem. This is not a January problem. This is a now problem. November 1st. That's when people start re-enrolling. Whole bunch of small businesses, 20 million people, more than a quarter of the farmers in this country who are already facing, as one of my farmers said to me last week, a perfect storm of ugly. That's about the tariffs, That's about their input costs with fertilizer, and that's about their personal health care costs. A perfect storm of ugly. When you're in a big storm in Minnesota, you don't just go outside and hold an umbrella and think maybe it'll go away. You do something about it then. You take cover then. You help people take cover then. That's not what they're doing with this vote tonight. We have a bill that would help millions of Americans sleep easier. We're still dealing with the tariffs. We're still going to push on that, which has led to all of these grocery cost increases. We see what's happening with the electricity cost increase. Costs are up, chaos is up, and corruption is up. But there is one thing we can do, and that's one of the biggest cost drivers when we look at inflation, and that is health care. So let's start with how we got here. We know that over 110 million Americans depend on Medicare and Medicaid. 110 million. These programs cover everything from hospital visits to life-saving prescriptions to the long-term care that allows seniors to remain in their homes. And these programs, along with Social Security and SNAP, which is the nutrition program, have driven poverty among seniors for years to record lows. Best poverty-fighting program there is, Medicare, Medicaid. But the budget that congressional Republicans passed earlier this summer without our votes, again, didn't listen to us, makes the biggest cut in history to Medicare and Medicaid. That's right, the biggest cut in history, while all these other costs are going up. Their budget cut Medicaid by over $1 trillion and will trigger more than $500 billion in Medicare cuts. How does that happen? Because they didn't put, well, the debt is so high from that bill because of the $1 trillion in tax cuts to the wealthiest Americans and the $1 trillion in tax cuts and giveaways for corporations, that it actually automatically triggered $500 billion in Medicare cuts on hospitals. So when we go, as we did, our members on the Democratic side last week, and met with people in hospitals and patients and doctors and nurses, we heard about that. We heard about the 15 million Americans that are going to get shoved off their health care. But the one thing they could have done, and they voted against it once, but we know behind closed doors they're very interested in doing something about this, it is the tax credits to help people afford their health insurance. Without these tax credits, more than 20 million Americans will see their premiums skyrocket. Kaiser study just today came out. Double the premiums, double the premiums. That's why one of my hospitals told me, look, of course Medicaid hits us hard, of course Medicare does, but so many of our patients and the people who visit our clinic are on MNsure, that's the Affordable Care Act plan in my state, that if this happens, a whole bunch of them won't be able to afford it. Then they're going to show up in our emergency rooms, they're going to show up without insurance, they're not going to get the surgeries that they need, and they're not going to do their doctor's visits. That's why you've seen some Republicans, some overtly saying, we've got to do something about this. They shouldn't be talking about off-ramps, they should be talking about how to get their constituents off a cliff. Earlier this year, we marked the 60th anniversary of Medicare and Medicaid. As we look back at this monumental achievement, we should be strengthening health care in this country, not undermining it. We made progress, right? Capping out-of-pocket costs, passing my bill to allow Medicare to finally negotiate for better prices, making health care more affordable. But we should be building on that progress because the status quo is not okay for people right now. We should be building on that progress by making improvements to these programs, not making them harder. So we are calling on our Republican colleagues to pass our bill. And if they can bring themselves to do that, or at least to sit in a room and negotiate and actually get this done, the president prides himself in the art of the deal, well, show us the deal. Don't say you don't need our votes, because you just found out tonight that you do. They need our colleagues to stop taking cues from a guy who, after a meeting about one of the most important moments in his presidency, puts out a deep fake video, offensive, making fun of the leaders. Who does that? What other president has done something like that when they're actually in a negotiation? This isn't political theater. These are real people, like the woman at Senator Shaheen's Spotlight hearing today, who was from Maine, and she is going to talk to her doctor, literally met with her doctor to say, okay, I can't afford these increases, so how do I manage to ration my medication for MS? And the doctor said, it doesn't work like that. The pressure will build in your brain. Well, I hope the pressure from the public, when they see what's going on, is going to build. And we're starting to see it all over the country right now. This is not the time to just accept the status quo and say we can't do anything about it while our constituents are going off that premium cliff. So maybe the president needs to get out and talk to that farmer whose soybean market has dried up. Now he's not going to be able to afford his health insurance, and see that perfect storm of ugly. He's not going to meet those people on the golf course at Mar-a-Lago. I can tell you that right now. He needs to get out there. And it's time to start taking cues and listen to real people and not memes and not fake deep fake videos. This is not a joke. Our bill is a path forward, and we ask them to come to the table and negotiate with us. Madam President, I yield the floor. Thank you. Mr. President, I rise today as millions of Americans stand on the edge of a healthcare cliff. And I join my Democratic colleagues in continuing to fight to reopen the government and to prevent Americans' healthcare costs from skyrocketing. A critical part of the governing is finding common ground. You don't always pick your neighbors, as the presiding officer knows, if we have worked together many, many years. But you find a way to live next to your neighbors, as we do, and to work with them. Making health care more affordable should be a bipartisan issue. And some of my Republicans know we need to act, Republican colleagues know that we need to act and we need to get something done. And the overwhelming majority of Americans agree. I've worked that way in the Senate. For a number of years, I was ranked #1 for bipartisan bills and #3 for passing bills into law, because when we sit down together to work things out, we can get things done. Courage is about willing to stand next to someone you don't always agree with for the betterment of this country. And that means finding some common ground. It doesn't mean saying my way or the highway. It doesn't mean, when you're the President of the United States, canceling meetings, doing one at the last minute, and then with the Democratic leaders of our country putting up a deep fake video that was incredibly offensive, poking at them, instead of taking this issue seriously. They came to him in good faith and still do. Unfortunately, right now, our Republican colleagues are not working with us to find a bipartisan agreement to prevent the government shutdown and address the healthcare crisis. We know that even when they float ideas, which we surely do appreciate, in the end, the president appears to make the call. He made the call on tariffs, even though so many of our Republican colleagues disagree with him on that. He made the call on certain nominees like RFK Jr. He made the call when it came to certain of the provisions in the big, beautiful betrayal of the bill, many of which our colleagues didn't like, including the nutrition program decision at the end to reward the 10 states with the highest error rate when it comes to SNAP. I note none of them are in the Midwest. That is why my Democratic colleagues and I want to reach an agreement, not only with the Republicans in this chamber, but we also need the president at the table. He prides himself for the art of the deal, and it's time for him to make a deal. We are working so hard to make sure that more than 20 million Americans who rely on the Affordable Care Act, it's called different things in different states. In my state, it's called MNsure, to access affordable health coverage. It tends to be a lot of individual buyers in the market. It tends to be a lot of small businesses. And over a quarter of the farmers in this country rely on it. Again, it's called different things in different states. But what it is a plan to allow people who maybe aren't at a big corporation to be able to have health care. A while back, they didn't even want to leave a big company, or if they were left without being at a big company or in the government or something like that, they couldn't even get health care at all. That's why the Affordable Health Care Act was passed. I'd make a lot of improvements to it, and we do have some opportunities to do that. But right now, we need to make sure that we don't push them off a health care insurance premium cliff. And this is on top of the draconian Medicaid cuts that are going to push 15 million people off their health care that were in the big, beautiful bill. And also the Medicare cuts, which no one intended to have $500 billion in Medicare cuts, I guess, of our colleagues on the other side. But the debt accumulated from the bill of $4 trillion was so big that it triggered automatic Medicare cuts, which are hitting and are going to hit rural hospitals, which they are now putting into their bottom line. And while they're staring that down and the Medicaid cuts, they're also looking at the fact that so many of their patients and people who visit rural clinics that often tend to be in the hospitals are on the Affordable Care Act because rural areas, and I'm focused on rural areas because I just went on a 13-county tour in my state, rural areas tend to have more people that are small business owners, percentage-wise, and also that are farmers and ranchers. So this is not a December thing. This is not a January thing. This is a now thing because those premiums are hitting when on November 1st, when that market opens up. So right now, millions of Americans are staring down the reality that their health care premiums could double. For many families, that will mean making impossible choices to make ends meet or losing coverage altogether. This is preventable, but we have to act now. Over 20 million Americans are enrolled in Affordable Care Act health insurance plan. If we don't act, they're going to be forced to make impossible decisions. And that doubling number, that the premiums are going to double, came out of a study just this week by the Kaiser Family Foundation. If Congress doesn't come together in a bipartisan way to extend these credits, these families, farmers, ranchers, small business owners, entrepreneurs, seniors, people living in rural communities will have to pay an average of double every month, hundreds of dollars more every month, not every year, every month, to keep their health insurance. In Minnesota, nearly 90,000 people will see their premiums increase by double digits. So you can say, well, I'm not on that kind of health care. I work in such and such company. You don't know the day, especially with these tariffs, when people are starting to get laid off at manufacturing companies like John Deere, or that a farmer's business goes bankrupt, his farm goes bankrupt because bankruptcies for small farms are at an all-time high in the last 5 years. You don't know when it's going to be you. It's like the lottery, especially right now with the crazy things going on in this economy. So even for people that aren't on the Affordable Care Act, this affects them. For many, this will put health care coverage out of reach. This is not political theater, I say to the president after he posted that offensive video. This is not a joke. These are real Americans that are facing these challenges. The loss of this tax credit will raise premiums for everyone. Minnesotans have already started to receive notice that their costs will increase. One constituent is bracing for more than a 27% increase in their premium next year. Another, whose husband's job was just eliminated, called the 19% increase in health insurance costs their family is facing incomprehensible with the loss of income that they already faced. And this is before adding in the extra cost people will be forced to take on if the tax credits are not extended. So if you noticed, I use those words 19 and 20, and you're thinking, well, she just said they double. This is before that happens. This is what's happening on the market right now because of a number of factors going on that the president should be dealing with. And people are going to be socked with this, smacked with this, right while the price of groceries has been going up. I think the president promised he was going to bring costs down on day one, and we're in something like day 255. And the opposite is happening. Anyone that goes in a grocery store and walks out, looks at their receipt, knows exactly what I'm talking about. or people that are in the grocery aisle and see the cost of beef. They know what I'm talking about. Or people that get their electricity bill. They know what I'm talking about. Those aren't deep fakes. Those aren't fake videos the president puts up on Truth Social. Those are real bills. So especially as this is going on because of these tariffs, and could I just add, since I have the floor here, the latest, the tariffs on sofas and cabinets and lumber, it is already too expensive for Americans to buy a house or to rent a house or to rent an apartment. And now we're going to see major increases to home furnishings. And while we are in the middle of a housing crisis, it's literally one of the worst things he could do right now, but he did it. So all that is not nothing. All that kind of sets the stage for why the healthcare cost, which is one of the most expensive for people just on a yearly basis, is so devastating. One of my constituents shared that while they'd planned for higher premiums, they didn't expect a more than $2,000 increase for the same coverage next year. And like so many others, they were concerned that even if they switched to a cheaper plan, you know how that is, you're betting and you're trying to guess and estimate what's going to go wrong in your family, and is your kid going to have some kind of surgery or break a leg? Is your husband going to have some kind of health care checkup that'll be expensive? You got to always calculate those things. Like so many others, again, they were thinking, well, should I switch to a cheaper plan to save money and then hope I don't get sick? And then they would be more exposed to higher costs. Those are the kind of things people are doing right now. It's like the woman that Jean Shaheen had at a spotlight forum that we did this last week who had MS. And she had actually talked to her doctor about whether she could ration, kind of like people used to do with insulin with diabetes before we put those caps on insulin. Could she ration her medication for MS? And the doctor says, no, that's not how this works. It'll just grow the pressure in your brain and make your symptoms worse. Another Minnesotan wrote me that without the tax credits, their family of 4 would have to downgrade their health plan and spend significantly more on their health insurance than they do on their mortgage. Another said that he expected his family would have to pay an additional $16,000 per year for their health coverage if they had no health care tax credits. One Minnesotan shared, I cannot absorb additional costs and will be forced into a catastrophic plan if these reported double-digit increases go into effect. Just because someone can't afford to stay insured doesn't mean they need health care less. One of the things that I learned that maybe I hadn't thought through when I went to these rural hospitals was the fact that because there's a high percentage of these farmers and people in small towns on these plans, ours is called MNsure, like I said, they're already hit by the Medicaid cuts, right, the hospitals, the Medicare cuts, because it's an older population. But they actually cared a lot about this, the doctors, the nurses, the people running the hospitals, because they know that the people won't be able to afford this if these premiums double. They will choose not to get health care insurance. And then what will happen is they'll end up in their emergency rooms with hospitals that are already strapped thin, and they won't be able to afford, they will treat them, but they won't be able to afford it for a long period of time. So they time and time again mentioned to me that these affordable tax credits expiring or not being maintained would create a major problem. Already, approximately 1/3 of Americans report not taking medications as prescribed due to the costs. Jason from Pennsylvania was able to get life-saving coverage when he was diagnosed with thyroid cancer through the Affordable Care Act marketplace, and he said, it's only because of the premium tax credits that I've been able to afford that coverage. Now faced with the expiration of these credits, he understands the consequences for people like him. He said, if you're faced with a choice of bankruptcy or debt or saving your life, you're probably going to choose your life, Jason said. But the consequences of that, of having an immense amount of debt the rest of your life, could be ruined because of that. Another cancer survivor who has always made health insurance a priority also fears that unaffordable health insurance could mean for patients like her. And she says, it means that I don't have to wait around to find out about a disease that could have been cured if it had been detected soon enough. The insurance means I don't have to forego my entire life savings in my home because of medical bills. I don't have to forego life-saving treatment because I can't afford it, and that's all about to change. Without the tax credit, I don't know if I'm going to be able to afford health care, the kind of health care that's going to save my life. Already, as I noted, because of Medicaid cuts that were passed in the big, beautiful betrayal of a bill, more than 300 rural hospitals, 200 health centers, and 500 nursing homes are likely to close. This means less accessible care for rural communities, longer drives to access care, fewer places to seek care in an emergency, and more hours taken from work, caregiving, or other responsibilities. Fewer patients will go to that doctor's visit or get that life-saving screening. They will not get the surgeries they need. Many will get sicker. And ultimately, as I noted, more patients are going to end up in the emergency room, where these hospitals are going to have to take on the additional burden of more uncompensated care. None of this happens in a vacuum. As I noted, these Medicaid cuts, and Medicaid provides health care for at least 1 in 5 rural Minnesotans, more than 31% of children in our state, and more than half of all nursing home residents across our state. So this is about seniors, people with disabilities, and kids, and that's why Medicaid's so important. For me, my dad, in his later years, got late onset Alzheimer's, and he was in one place, and then we moved him to another place. But I knew the exact date when his savings were going to go away. And we were going into those savings, and sadly, we lost him. But I knew that exact date, because I was going to have to move him to another nursing home, another assisted living that took Medicaid, and I made plans with them. I knew that date. So many people in this country know that date, even if they're not a senior relying on Medicaid. Their kids, their spouses, their grandkids kind of know when that savings, if they had any savings to begin with, is going to run out. So Medicaid goes way beyond the individuals who have no savings at all. It actually helps people that do have some savings. It helps people that have worked their lives through, like my dad. Medicaid is there as a safety net for people. Over the last few months, I've heard from thousands of constituents, including seniors in Minnesota, from Sunrise Village in Malacca that I visited, to senior living in Watkins or Winona, to the Pillars at Prospect Park, and Episcopal homes in the metro. They are worried about their health care. I heard from one constituent from Inver Grove Heights who told me that Medicaid helps her to afford the cost of her father's memory care. I think about what a constituent told me who works with adults with disabilities. She is a mental health therapist for a woman who had a tracheotomy and is wheelchair-bound who requires nursing care. She's also the aunt of a man with Down syndrome with many needs who's in a residential home. She said, I'm concerned about the possible Medicaid service cuts to the people who most need it. I've also heard from a constituent named Lola, whose daughter was diagnosed with leukemia. A social worker advised Lola that her employer-based insurance may not cover the cancer treatments her daughter needed and connected her with Medicaid. She said Medicaid helped completely with the surgeries, the T-cell therapy. Lola said using my own insurance would have caused a lot of delays because it would not have covered what she needed. And Robbie, who after years in an adult foster care facility now lives independently with a roommate because of Medicaid's disability waiver and community-based services. I've got to meet some of these incredible Minnesotans visiting care providers who help people with disabilities, thinking about the progress we've made so people can either live at their home or they can live in a group home and they can have jobs, and we just can't go backwards. People will feel the impacts of these cuts, and we know it. And I'll close with this. After learning that her insurance cost is set to skyrocket next year, a woman asked, what can you in the Senate do to make sure I don't have to stop getting my insurance. We can do something, and it's something that so many of my colleagues agree with, especially after the cuts that were made, especially after the bludgeoning tariffs, what they're doing to the cost of things for people. It's not going to fix everything, that's for sure, but it's going to save a lot of lives, and it's going to help people contain costs so they don't go over that cliff. As Minnesota's former senator, I have his desk, Hubert Humphrey once said, "The moral test of government isn't just how it treats the young and healthy. It's also how it treats the sick, the elderly, and people with disabilities." That's definitely true for us right now. And I believe this is a moral test for all Americans. At a time when so many families are struggling just to make ends meet, we can't sit back here and just play a blame game and look at the polls and We can do something. It's really pretty simple. We must work to protect Americans' access to health care. We must protect our rural hospitals. We must address our health care crisis. As I know, it's not a December or January problem. It's a now problem. And it's completely within our grasp to do this. And it's certainly within the president's grasp to bring his party with him. So stop, Mr. President, posting those fake offensive videos and start helping Americans with their health care. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Mr. President, I rise today in strong support of our bipartisan resolution, which Senator Kaine and I lead, along with our colleagues Rand Paul, Mark Warner, and Leader Schumer. Our resolution terminates the president's so-called emergency declaration related to the Canadian border and restores stability and common sense to our trade with our close ally and neighbor to the north, Canada. The administration has used that declaration as a pretext to impose sweeping tariffs on a friend, on a neighbor, on an ally, which are taxes paid by American consumers and businesses on Canadian imports. Back in April, this same resolution passed the Senate with bipartisan support. Under the National Emergencies Act, Congress must review and, if necessary, vote again every 6 months. Because the administration has refused to lift this so-called emergency and instead doubled down by raising tariffs on Canada to 35% as of August 1st with a threat of more, we are back on the floor today, and we will be back on the floor until this passes. And just this past week, the president announced, as I noted, yet another 10% tariff hike on Canada, this time in retaliation for an Ontario ad. Ontario, one province. This would be as if the governor of Texas put out an ad, or if the governor of California put out an ad. But President Trump used this as a pretext for another threat. And that ad accurately used President Ronald Reagan's 1987 remarks criticizing tariffs. So that is a good way to begin with President Reagan's remarks. He said in 1987, though there are economic and national security circumstances during which tariffs are necessary, that generally, and these are his words, high tariffs inevitably lead to retaliation by foreign countries and the triggering of fierce trade wars. Then the worst happens. Markets shrink and collapse, businesses and industries shut down, and millions of people lose their jobs. This new tariff hike isn't about security. It isn't even about our economy. It's just about the president's personal grievances, and Americans are the ones paying the price. Since these chaotic on-again, off-again tariffs began in March, cross-border travel and trade have both fallen precipitously. In Minnesota, as we say, we can see Canada from our porch. Our people go back and forth all the time, sometimes for jobs, sometimes to visit relatives and friends, and sometimes, of course, for vacations. We welcome Canadians all the time. I was, in fact, at the Minnesota Frost game in which they played the Charge a Canadian team, a women's professional hockey team. It was a joyous event with our Canadian neighbors. You see, we know now the World Series, one of the most exciting World Series between the Toronto Blue Jays and the Los Angeles Dodgers. This isn't just some faraway place to us. These are our friends and neighbors. But yet, despite all of this incredible history of friendship and booming economic gains because of all the back and forth and travel, trips from Canada to the US are down roughly 20% from last year. Towns in the US are having to put up signs that said, "We love you, Canadians," because they feel so dissed by this administration. They're saying, what's happening? We were the first ones on the ground after 9/11 from another country. The Canadians were there. We were the ones that stood by your side in so many foreign wars. We were the ones that for so many of our states are the #1 trading partners. How can this be happening? And frankly, it pisses them off. And so individual families are making decisions, are deciding, well, we're not going to go to America. Maybe we'll go to Mexico. Maybe we'll go to another country. Maybe we'll stay in Canada. But we're not going to travel there. We're not going to, average foreign visitor spends about $4,000 when they come to America. We're not going to eat their food. We're not going to go to their restaurants. We're not going to stay at their hotels. We're not going to fish in their lakes. You name it. That's what people in my state are seeing. And everything from manufacturing parts to whiskey, that's dropped sharply. And small businesses, farmers, and manufacturers are losing business. This is not how our economy was supposed to work. If you believe in capitalism, if you believe in trade, if you believe you just can't put your head in the sand and think, well, we're just going to be on our own, when 95% of our potential customers, particularly in the agriculture area, are outside of our borders. We should be exporting more goods, and we should be encouraging more trade. The president shouldn't be able to just wake up one day and see an ad he doesn't like on TV featuring a Republican president by a province in Canada and decide, oh, I'm just going to hike up another 10%. Or something happened in Brazil, and I congratulate Senator Kaine and Senator Paul on their recent overturning from this body. Finally, enough is enough. We're asserting our power, and you're not going to be able to just put on a 40% tariff on Brazil, with a country with which we have a trade surplus, simply because a guy's facing a trial there that the president doesn't like. No, this is not how this works. It's not how it works under the Constitution. It's not how it works under the law. This resolution is about drawing a line in the sand and saying you cannot abuse your emergency powers to start an unjustified trade war. You cannot abuse your emergency powers to hurt one of the finest relationships in the world. And you cannot drive up prices, eliminate jobs, and put in place a national sales tax that experts now predict will altogether, the tariff tax, cost the average family nearly $2,000 per year, and they are seeing it every day in their grocery bills. They're seeing it when they want to go out and buy tools. They're seeing it when they're going out to buy audio equipment. Minnesota, #1 trading partner, one of our country's top 2 trading partners, and one of our most trusted allies. That's Canada. We export more goods to Canada than we do in Minnesota, to our 2nd, 3rd, and 4th largest markets combined. In 2024, Minnesota's goods trade with Canada, including ag products, machinery, and medical devices, amounted to roughly $22 billion. $22 billion. That's more than a quarter of all the goods that we export. Major hit for our state. I chair the Canadian American Interparliamentarian Group. I frequently meet with our partners in Canada. A number of senators, including Senator Kaine and Senator Shaheen and Senator Welch and Senator Kevin Cramer of North Dakota, Republican, we went up there together to Ottawa a few months back, met with Prime Minister Carney, and as the Prime Minister said recently, the U.S.-Canada relationship has become mostly transactional. That's not the story of our friendship with Canada. Canada, as I mentioned, fought alongside us in 2 world wars. They are partners in NORAD and NATO. They helped us get our supply chain back in order after the pandemic, and yes, we helped them. Canada is setting historic new goals to contribute to our collective defense, planning to triple defense spending over the next decade. New equipment, new infrastructure, new technology to strengthen our NATO alliance, which means strengthening our own national security. But rather than supporting a thriving Canadian economy that would enable the government to fulfill those goals, are the tariffs that the President keeps slapping on this great ally will hinder our potential and Canada's. These tariffs also undercut the very trade deal the President himself once called the most modern and balanced agreement in history. That is the USMCA, the US-Mexico-Canada Agreement. I supported that agreement. I was one of the first Democrats, in fact, the first one during that election when the 2020 election that actually came out and said I supported that trade agreement on the debate stage because I felt it was so important. So why would the President take this jewel of a trade agreement that, albeit needs to be changed as we go forward and reviewed, which is mandatory this coming year for things like dairy and other things, that's been acknowledged. We'd like to see some changes to it. But why would he take this incredibly important agreement and just say it doesn't matter? The kind of uncertainty that we're seeing with these tariffs shakes business confidence across North America. These tariffs are paid by families, groceries, clothes, housing. Home builders say higher material costs from tariffs are adding as much as $10,000 to the cost of a new home. Americans looking for a new car are paying more than $3,000 more for an American-made vehicle. And of course, it's increasing the cost of cars made in America because parts come from Canada. And this is an important point. The tariffs are not just about raising the prices on the goods that we import. They're also driving up prices across the board on all types of goods and services. Electricity costs. If we continue down this path, as I noted, average family, $2,000 increase per year. This might not mean a lot to some of the President's friends and family members, billionaires on his cabinet. They're not going to care about this $2,000 a year, that's true. They're not going to care. But people right now that are already faced with all these problems with health care, which is a fight that's waging right now about this budget, they can't handle it. Tariffs, as I noted, can be an important tool for countering other countries' unfair trade practices. I supported some of the steel tariffs that were more narrow from the former Trump administration and the Obama administration and the Biden administration in order to make sure that our iron ore, very key to my past and our future, mined in northern Minnesota, my grandpa was an iron ore miner, that continued. But that's not what we're talking about with the President's action here. The broad emergency power statute enacted from 1977 that the President has used to justify these across-the-board tariffs didn't even mention the word tariff. My colleagues and I have filed an amicus brief to the Supreme Court. That case is going to be heard next week, but it's not the only answer. The answer should be that Congress asserts its power, even though I believe that the use of this statute is clearly illegal. And I believe that the underlying court, which was made up of the initial trade court, a Trump judge, an Obama judge, and a Reagan judge, yes, they still exist, they unanimously, the three of them, said that this was an illegal use of this statute. But this today is about something else. It is about us asserting our own power, stopping the chaos with over 100 times changes in these tariffs. Small brewers paying for aluminum cans that can't afford them, furniture makers paying more for lumber, and family-owned tourism business in my state suffering. If the Trump administration wants to address trade disputes with Canada, and the Prime Minister is clearly open to that, it should work in good faith with our neighbors to strengthen the USMCA trade agreement that the President himself originally negotiated. Our bipartisan group of co-sponsors understands this. This isn't about politics, it's about jobs, economic stability, and respect for the successful agreement that we committed to in the past. It's why this resolution has support from the United Steelworkers, the International Association of Machinists, North America's building trades unions, and the AFL-CIO. The Chamber of Commerce, the National Taxpayers Union, the National Retail Federation have all endorsed this resolution. These are voices from every corner of the political spectrum, every part of our economy. Maybe we should be listening to them and not being a rubber stamp, I say to my colleagues. It's time to stand up. Otherwise, why are you here? I yield the floor, and I see President.
The senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I thank my colleagues, both colleagues from Connecticut, and as Senator Murphy just said, a budget is a moral statement, and how you handle the needs of your constituents in the end has got to be something that you feel in your heart. And what we are saying today is that our constituents' health care, it's not something you can just bargain away over the summer and cut trillions of dollars from Medicaid or Medicare or the Affordable Care Act and think it's all going to be okay. As our colleagues are learning, it's not okay. And I start with the kitchen table. That's where people see their bills, and that's where right now they're seeing their grocery bills. And for millions of Americans right now, they don't even know if they're going to be able to get groceries for their kids. And that is because what's been happening, not just with the healthcare premiums, but also with those millions of Americans, those families, those veterans, those seniors, people with disabilities and their families that use SNAP. A lot of people might not have known how important this is to these families. Well, when you go to grocery stores in rural America and you talk to the small town grocers, you find out just how many people at various points of their life, maybe they are working several jobs, maybe they went through a divorce and they don't have enough money to be able to get their groceries. Maybe it's a family that struggles and their child has disabilities and can't work. These stories are all across our country right now. So that is why it is so callous that the administration, when they know they can transfer funds from anywhere to pay for SNAP, has decided that they're going to take on this fight. So why not give trillions of dollars to wealthy people and then tell people they're not going to be able to get their groceries? First they said, well, we're not going to do it. Then the court stepped in, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, said, yeah, you are going to do it. The law says you have to, at the very least, use this contingency fund for $5 billion that's sitting there. And now you're not going to use it for a golden bathroom in the White House, and you're not going to use it for a ballroom, and you're not going to use it for anything else that you think is your vanity project of the day. You're going to use it to help people afford food. That order came out. They also said, and guess what? You can also transfer funds from other places to be able to help pay for people's SNAP and their groceries. Administration first says, yes, we will comply with the order. The USDA Secretary of Agriculture, says yes. And then the next thing you know, we suddenly find out, no, we're just going to pay for half of stuff. We're going to pay for half of stuff. Now we're going to tell some states it's okay, some states it's not. We're going to mess around. Then what happens today, in the middle of the day, then the president sends out a statement, an official statement on his platform of choice, Truth Social, and says, oh, we're not going to pay SNAP benefits. Sorry, signs it, Donald J. Trump. It's right there. Anyone can see it. Then today, the press secretary says, no. We are going to pay the SNAP benefits. This will eventually be resolved in court just this week, an emergency order. My very strong belief is the court is going to say none of this. You're following the court orders. You're going to provide the SNAP benefits. But think about those families looking at the bills, and think about the families looking at the health care bills, which is what we're here about today. Basically, what we're seeing here is people are standing on a health care cliff. 4 days into the health insurance marketplace open enrollment period across America, whether it's blue states or red states, we happen to know that 75% of the people on these Affordable Care Act policies live in states that Donald Trump won. Why? Well, a lot of small companies, a lot of rural areas, 27% of farmers and ranchers are on Affordable Care Act plans. If you work at a big corporation in a big city, you're going to have health care. They're going to provide it to you. If you work at a government entity, whether it's local, whether it's state, whether it's federal, you're going to have health care. But if you're an entrepreneur and start your own small business, like the woman I met with in Eagan, Minnesota on Friday, who has one employee that she loves, who had cancer, she pays 75% of his premiums for him and his wife. He pays 25%. And you barely making it go right now, you know, tariffs, all this stuff going on, then you think, can I even keep this employee? Or can I keep the employee, but then they won't have health care insurance, and they made it through cancer, and I love this employee, and I want to keep him on. Those are decisions Americans are making right now as they see these premiums double across the country. It's across every single state. Texas, 60-year-old Texas couple, for example, earning about $80,000 a year could see their premium increase by more than $17,000. I was just on a call with some Nebraskans. They're going to see doubling, tripling of their health insurance premiums. We have heard time and time again, Senator Murphy just mentioned Florida, but whether you're talking to people in Idaho or Utah, whether you are talking to people in the rural areas of West Virginia, they're seeing the same thing, doubling, tripling of their premiums. And it is within our grasp to do something about it. This amount of money for a year of it, and you can double that to 2 years, is literally nearly the same amount of money as the president gave to Argentina. How can that even be possible that we as a country think that it's better for our country to give $20 billion to Argentina than it is to help this small business owner be able to afford her employees' health insurance? How could we even in our wildest dreams decide that is a priority, or the priority is a gilded bathroom in the White House? This is happening all over this country. It is time for our House colleagues to come back after their 6-week vacation. It is time for our Senate Republican colleagues to sit down and negotiate with us, because this is not a December thing. This is not a January thing. This is a now thing. It's happening now. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I rise today along with my colleagues. I see Senator Kim is here from New Jersey, and I know Senator Bennett is here from Colorado, and you're going to also hear from Senators Welch, Baldwin, Coons, and Merkley. And really everyone in the Senate should be pretty concerned right now about what's happening with SNAP. We have 42 million Americans who rely on SNAP. And I see Senator Sanders is here as well from Vermont, who I know has visited food banks throughout his state and get what's going on right now. What's happening to these 42 million Americans, including 16 million kids, 8 million seniors, and 4 million people with disabilities, should not and does not have to happen. SNAP is critical for people who have multiple jobs, work part-time jobs, work irregular hours. I have met with so many people, particularly in rural Minnesota, who this is their lifeline. Their salaries aren't as high. Sometimes they get divorced. Sometimes they have like 4 kids. Maybe they have a kid with disability, so they can't work a full-time job all the time. These stories are heartbreaking. And it's colliding right now with the fact that grocery prices keep going up. You've seen what's happened here and there with eggs, with beef, because of the tariffs, which is going to be the subject of a major U.S. Supreme Court case tomorrow morning with everything going on. I want to remind people of that. So when this administration announced that it would not fund SNAP benefits this month, when it previously said it would, Democrats called on the administration to use its contingency fund, which we knew that it had to do, and transfer authority, which means it can allow it to transfer funds from certain places, to ensure that Americans could put food on the table. Because given the escalating prices of food, we don't understand why the president chooses to show off about a marble bathroom with golden sconces as part of the Lincoln bedroom. We don't understand why the president is raising money for a gilded ballroom and demolishing the East Room. We don't understand why in the big, beautiful betrayal of a bill this summer, a decision was made by our colleagues to put up a bunch of tax cuts for the wealthiest while they cut SNAP benefits. And then this, I guess we're not surprised by this, but we knew from the very beginning when this announcement was made, as the president keeps looking for things to distract us from what's a real issue here, which is healthcare premiums, and he keeps first he says he's going to, makes fun of people and makes light of what's going on and takes our leaders and puts sombreros on their heads in a video. And then the next thing he does is he pardons George Santos. And then the next thing he does is he needs money back from the Justice Department, taxpayer money that he wants to do. And then the next thing he does is he announces he's going to run for a third term. Steve Bannon does it. Then he says, yeah, I am. Then he says, no, I'm not. At some point, can people figure out what's going on here? Because look at what he's done on SNAP benefits. At first they said, yes, we understand we must fund them, which I appreciated. Brooke Rawlings said during a shutdown, they had a notice on their website, this shutdown plan that was put out literally this year. It wasn't some hangover from the Biden administration. It was something from there. And then suddenly it mysteriously vanished. But luckily we had taken a screenshot of it. So we knew what it said, and that was that it was Congress's intent to fund SNAP during any kind of a lapse in funding because of a shutdown. So they say they are going to fund it, don't worry. Then they say they're not. Then we bring it to court, and all of the states get together, 25 states, and bring it to court. Big surprise, last Friday, orders come out of 2 states, one of them binding on the nation, that says, yeah, you got to fund SNAP. So then they say, yes, we'll follow the court order. Then what happens today? Oh, well, they're only going to fund half of a hamburger. They're just going to fund half of the benefits. Then 3 hours later, the president puts it out on Truth Social that he's not going to fund any of the benefits. Then we're going to court again. This is absolutely callous. It's cold as people are scared that they're not going to feed their families. It's causing complete disarray out there as some food banks are able to get their money and some states are able to process them and other ones have different computer equipment so they're not able to. Really? That's how you're going to run a government? It's no surprise that the president's numbers on running the government and his disapproval rating have gone from 50-some, 60-some, and up because of what's going on here. These courts told the administration that they must use the contingency fund to cover SNAP benefits. And we know that the USDA has said there is currently $4.65 billion in funding. So unless you're going to use that billions of dollars to make up new bathrooms in the White House, maybe you can use it to help get people's groceries on the table. They shouldn't be forced by the courts when they know what the law says, but they have been now, and they need to follow the order. And then, in addition to that, they can use their transfer authority to make sure they transfer the money over for the remaining amount of money. Why is this happening? We're in a shutdown because our colleagues are unwilling to come to the table to talk about one simple thing, healthcare premiums. Do you know that 1 year of Affordable Care Act tax premiums nationally is about the same amount of money that was spent in Argentina? $20 billion. 2 years of it, about 2 years of that? Yeah, that's what they have done. They prioritized $20 billion to Argentina over the healthcare premiums in states of which 75% are red states won by Donald Trump. So that's why I appreciate Senator Lujan's leadership on this legislation that would basically make sure that we're continuing to fund. I appreciate what Senator Hawley did. I'm on his bill. We have all of our members that I know of would support Senator Hawley's bill that would fund this during the shutdown. So why don't we call that bill up for a vote? This has been going on for too long. The roadmap was clear this summer when they cut billions and billions of dollars from SNAP and shifted over $80 billion to the states and then rewarded the states with the highest error rate in order to pass that bill. That happened this summer. Now, here we are today, and I guess I'm not surprised, but I know that my colleagues care about these people in their states. So we're asking them to pressure the president to stop this mess, come to the table, negotiate it, call back the House from their 6-week vacation so they get back there to the negotiating table and we get through this shutdown and we come back into the regular order of the government. But during that time, don't put this on the backs of people that can't afford food. And don't decide and show off about a marble bathroom while someone is standing in a grocery line not getting their SNAP card through. It's an outrage. Mr. President, I yield the floor.